I wasn't expecting this music to be creepy. When I clicked it, it was like, oh, I don't think this is gonna be creepy. It doesn't look like it. My judgment may have been poor on that. Do I change it? Do I leave it? No. No, you know what? Maybe it's fitting. It's so quiet. It's like I can barely hear. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this up in my headphones. Alright, I usually have my headphones, like, a good volume is at 10, 8, 6. I have it up to 44 right now. If it switches to the next song and you hear me screaming bloody murder, you know what happened. But anyways, hi everybody! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. All's good in the world. You weren't here yesterday, right? You were absolutely not here in the waiting room, and definitely my eyeballs were not watching you quietly in the corner, writing down names and keeping notes for it when later handing them to Toka, right? No, definitely. Definitely not when you least expect it. You're gonna experience a hell unlike any other. I mean, sorry. It's fine. Just a little bit of vendetta against some things, but that's fine. I working through it, talking with Toka about it. That's it. That is fine. What do you mean you've been here for 29 hours? What do you mean? It's fine. It's good. You weren't here. Nobody was here. Absolutely. Are you guys listen? Good listeners. Excellent listeners. Very. Anyways, I'm tired. I'm really. Doctor kicked my butt, and it was going to the doctor's office. Just kicked my butt. I fell. I didn't fall to the floor, but I tripped, and it was a catastrophe. My ribs are sore. My neck hurts. My whole body's sore. I feel dead. I woke up in the middle of the night, covered in sweats. I think it was because I didn't realize how much I was in pain. It's fine. Everything's good. Don't worry about it. In other news, everything has literally been coming out, like, this entire week. Like, July happened, and everything just came out from every single cave that was around. I don't know what happened. I swear, like, July just entered, and existences began. It's like, what the hell was happening? So yeah, anyways, I have a lot of things that I'm really, really excited for. If you don't know, a certain trailer came out, which I'm really, really, really excited for, but I'll talk about that later. Welcome to actually just a plain old chatting stream. Plain old chatting stream where I see people committing a crime that I had told them not to do, and they don't understand what they're about to get themselves into, because I know Hey, the music didn't kill my eardrums. That's a first. But anyways, continuing on, how has everyone been? How has everyone been? Since forever. It has been a long time since I actually just had a plain old chatting stream. Just that. Nothing else. There's definitely nothing hiding in the background going on and you're not paying attention to, because you definitely would never be looking anywhere but at this face, right? What are you doing? Stop looking. You're just looking here. That's all you need to focus on. All you ever need to focus on. Good. But yes, how has your existence been? Because it really has. I was looking at my channel and trying to see, like, when was the last time I had a chatting stream? Like, just a plain old chatting stream. Just that. Nothing else. Just chatting. Like, actually, our traditional, I have thumbnail up, that's for chatting, our usual thumbnail ones, and also title chatting, usual stupid title I always put, and that's all we're doing. No playing Fortnite in the background. It's very tempting too. Nothing. Sorry. I just heard this and I was like, damn, I actually like this one. What is this? I actually can hear the music because it's literally like 40, what is it, volume? 46 volume right now in my ears. Am I yelling? Is it noticeable? I feel like I'm always yelling. If I'm not yelling, something's wrong. We know this. Getting ready for work. Well, hopefully you don't need to listen for work, because I have a feeling I'm blowing out your eardrums. But don't worry, it's fine. This is good, right? It's definitely nothing. You don't need to listen. You don't need to listen for work, right? It's fine. It's so good. It's so great. Have a good day at work, though. But... But yeah, no, it's actually really, really... Oh, it got louder! Oh, fixed. Oh god, I don't know why I was tapping it. I can literally just hold the button and go, but no, I decided to go. I don't know why I have just the energy of something. I don't know what, but of something right now. I do. And I'm gonna go crashing hard real fast. Don't know when it'll happen, but you'll know it'll happen. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. Every time I turn my head to look at chat, it's like the worst thing ever because it hurts so bad. I need to stop doing it. I can move chat to the main screen because that's all why am I not doing that? Oh my god, it's been so long since I've done a chatting stream. That's right, I could just move this over. Voila, there we go. I can see now without having to turn my head. I'm still gonna keep turning my head because for some reason it just it looks like I'm actually looking at chat over there, and then it just makes a whole lot more sense. And then I'm also checking OBS to make sure everything's going well because the internet has been cutting out randomly and I don't like that happening, but it's fine. It won't happen during stream. It'll never happen. It never does. We have excellent internet, and actually not getting any better internet anytime soon. Definitely not, and having to do some experimental things, and it'll be actually really fun to do. Weather sucks. Weather does suck. I've been confined to inside a house for a long time. Now that I finally went to the doctors, holy crap, I was dying. I was like, not only is this I had 10 times worse because I have to exert physical muscles that I wouldn't. Physical muscles? I have mental muscles. I guess that's a brain. But it was hell. Oh, also, I lifted my toenail. Catastrophe happened yesterday. I literally beat myself up. It was going to the doctors was worse than anything else. It was hell. It absolutely was hell. I have blood underneath my toe nail. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All's good. I'm in one piece, I think. I don't think I'm missing anything. Can't quite tell. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. We're in the weather. Ugh. That weather terrible. I hate summer. I hate summer with a passion. I can't even imagine. Well, if you don't consider the amount of overdue assignments, I am fine. Oh yeah, you know this is good. That's great. Good. Yeah. Exactly. Just ignore it, and everything's good. Yeah. During a 4-day weekend. 4-day weekend? Oh, how fancy. You had a 4-day weekend? Nice, chill. Great. I see hell, 4-day weekend. Nice. One Piece? Huh? Yes, I am in One Piece, I think. I'm not missing a limb. Or phalange. Maybe a toe, but that's fine. Well, careful. Okay, I'll explain what happened. So, went to doctor. And I was not stubborn the first time going to the doctor. Because I have to go with the walker, right? but I can't bear full weight on one of my legs, so I basically have to use all my upper body strength to pull forward after stepping with good leg, because it's my operated leg. Previously, that is technically good enough to bear my full weight, but, you know, still freshly operated cut bone, still kind of hurts a bit, and I forgot to take medicine, meaning I was on 0 painkillers. I completely forgot. So, yeah, and I was good where they say, oh, I want to go through a wheelchair to go to the doctor, because I remembered that the area is really, really far. So, yeah, definitely. It's good. Great. Took it. Good idea. Good job, Fatum. Good job. Saw doctor. Doctor's like, looks all good. Got some scabs there, but that's fine. Don't worry. I'll let heal. Everything's going to be good. See you back at the end of the month to get some x-rays done so we can see if your bone is fully healed and all that. And also all the pain you're having, don't worry, makes complete sense. Because you also didn't take your painkillers like you're supposed to. I know. Don't worry, everything else is good. Okay, good, thank you. Thanks, doc. Thanks. So, go to leave. This time, Fatum decides, I don't see a wheelchair in sight. Like hell, I'm gonna wait for one. So what does Fatum do? Walk all the way out in pain because it hurts to step on the leg that I can step on. The other one is just doing its usual aching in the background. My arms are so exhausted and tired because it's so far. And having to get out of the car is not the easiest either. Finally get all the way out. Get in car, exhausted. Thank goodness some of the painkillers were in the car, so took some of that. Finally, good. Then, basically was asked, hey, you want to actually go eat something? Like, get out for a little bit and go eat something? And I'm like, yeah, I'm on painkillers now, finally. Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? I was in a mood because the night before I couldn't sleep very well. Sleep has been terrible, but I think it's because I'm getting fussy and frustrated that I am stuck like this for a while. At least it feels like it. And, stubbornness kicked in. So, it's area to go eat. Great. Nice. Quiet spot. Rarely people really there. So, good. Great area. Get down from the car. Going towards the entrance. Realize, step over to door. So really huge height, but I've done it before where I put the walker on top of the sidewalk and lift myself up, hoist, and I can step back on. Because, you know, I can't step with my other leg because it can't bear any full weight, so yeah. And also, just, you know, can't step with it. Well, it was really high. And I might have misjudged it. And in a moment where one person was looking the other way, was helping me, and another person was in front of me holding down the walker so it didn't, you know, flip over when I tried to do it, I decided, oh, this is easy. I can jump. No, Fatum. You can't. Did you know that? No! You can't jump! Because for some reason, I thought I can hop with both legs. And as I realized what I was doing, by the time it connected to the rest of my body, it was too late. So my hop up was half done. Somehow, someway, part of me somehow got over onto the sidewalk that needed. I was still holding on to the walker for dear life, hanging down below. Along the way, jammed my toe foot, something, slammed hard into sidewalk. Don't know how it was done. All I could think was everything hurts. But it's fine! Because I was so damn frustrated. And just, I could do this. Wait, I can't. Frick. Got up, fine. Everything's good. I'm all good. All great. Person in front of me just when realizing what I did. The person who had their back turned around like, what happened? What the hell just happened? All good. All great. Go in, sit down, all fine. Great. All's fantastic. Just quietly ruminating to myself. Stupid. And it was kind of strange because I could feel like my toe aching in some way, but I didn't quite register. I just thought, I just slammed it hard on the side. So what hurt more was my leg. And I was like, oh, it's fine. It's both of them hurting. That's fine. It's great. It's good. It's all good. Till finally, all said and done, came back home. Everything was, my arms were just really sore. I was just really, really, really tired. It was nice though to finally be out for a little bit. I was frustrated. So as I go back, lay down, take off them shoes, take off them socks, kind of walk around, lay back in bed. I was like, my toe feels funny. My toe feels very funny. Look down at toe, and I see blood. Oh, that's my toe feels funny. So it looks like what happened is I just lifted the nail. And I don't even know how it was lifted and somehow didn't break off. It was just one of those perfect bent in half moments where I guess it should have been an excruciating pain. But painkillers. And also shock and everything else happened. So, yeah. That happened. And then I slowly realized my rib hurts. My neck hurts. My shoulder hurts. Under my arms hurt. My legs hurt. And now my toe hurts. Almost from the tippy top of my head to the tippy top to my toe. I'm just missing somewhere on top of my head. But let's hope that doesn't add, right? Headache, please don't come on board. And that's Adventures with Fatum to the Doctors. I couldn't believe all of that. When I was getting ready for stream today, and I was just like walking simply after I woke up, I was just like, oh, everything is pain, suffering. How far do I have to go to get to my stream table? Oh, this is why I'm taking a break over the weekend, isn't it? But don't worry, everything else is fine. The most important part is I didn't re-break my bones again. So, that's good. That's great. And what did I also learn? Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. That was learned. For now. Who knows how long. But yeah, anyways, that's how was yesterday for everybody else? It's all good, great, fantastic. Anybody have some horror moments? No? Good. You want to be tied to the bed until she's recovered. Well, my mother learned, and she told me yesterday, is like, yeah, no, I always said beforehand how to bubble wrap you. Now after that, oh, definitely bubble wrapping you. And then I was like, oh, can I just start, is there one of those bubble wrappings? They had the little things in the middle, and I start popping them and everything. And I just had the, and I was like, I'm sorry. So, all's good though. Oh, I learned I can lay on my stomach. And then I learned that by asking the doctor if I was allowed to, and the answer was yes. So I can now lay on my back, on my non-operated side, and on my stomach. Do you not understand how much of an achievement this is? Because, oh my god, was I getting really tired of being on my back and also being on my side. So being on my stomach, oh, I'm so happy. That's how I found out that my rib hurts, because I did that last night, and I was like, oh, my rib hurts. My horror moment is listening to this look. All you gotta know is that Fatum learned. Dope. Oh yeah, we also hit a pigeon. That was sad. I forgot about that. On the way to the doctor. It was. I had the way to get into the car is just like the way that the vehicle is. It has more of those like grippy things that I can like pull myself up onto in the passenger side. So I've been sitting on the passenger side. So I was front passenger side, just watching, looking around, everything. This is before everything happened. Even before we were going to the doctor. And all of a sudden, just pigeon came out of nowhere and just decided to headbutt the vehicle as hard as possible. I thought it was just, huh. Well, you know, usually you see them and you think, oh yeah, it's just gonna go over because they're that fast usually and just fly on over. No, it didn't happen. I was like, oh, I hope that's the worst thing that happens for today. Frick, no, it wasn't. Oh. I should have been a sign. That should have been a sign. I really should have been, shouldn't it? But all's well. Look, everything's good. And you know what else happened? You know what else? Nothing concerning, okay? I didn't mean to make your eyeballs go really wide open, okay? Oh no, it's fine, okay? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But the trailer for Honkai Star Rail came out. You know how happy I was when I woke up in the morning besides the pain? And then I saw that and I was like, oh, Himiko! I was really happy. Just like, yes! The wait! The reason! The thing I've been looking forward to all this time! It's finally around the corner! I didn't see the date. Did they have anyone who's actually seen the trailer, did they say what date exactly it is? I assume the 15th. I don't know. That is just a guess on my part. But I was really excited. It's basically like 1 more week, right? I think something like that. But yes, I was really excited about that. And yeah, I get off of all the scary things that happened. Yeah, it was. I was woke up, saw it. I was, oh my god, this was great. This was amazing. I tried to avoid as much of it as possible because I didn't want to see the whole thing, but just kind of skim through some pieces. And I am just, I was happy about it. If you know me, I've said that I don't really watch the trailers or anything like that because I like to experience the story fresh. After my hellish day yesterday, I needed something. I needed something, so I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna look at this. Just like, oh, don't frick, yeah, you know what, this is, here we go, everything's better now. Hello, welcome. Well, yeah, that's a day with Fatum. Old Lady Fatum with Walker. I got Walker here. Walker's right next to me. Good old Walker. Went through hell and back yesterday, didn't we? But when all that happened, all I could just think was just, why? I knew. I've done this before. This is not my first surgery with this. I should know. No, I didn't. Apparently not. Apparently the stubbornness overcame me and just decided, no, you don't. You don't know. You don't know at all. With medical horror stories. But this time, it had to do with me. Oh, God. Is I'm making lunch pancakes? What are lunch pancakes? Do you put... Wait, no, pancakes have egg technically in it, right? But... Do you put... fish in them? Sorry, I had fish yesterday, so that's not the first thing that popped in my head. I was like, what did I have for lunch? Fish? Did you put fish? Did you put fish in it? Literally, chicken, steak, all of that would have been way better, but fish. Oh, just pancakes for... Oh. I thought it was, like... No, I'm the one that's right? I'm the one that's right. Not limited. No, not limited. It's me. I'm the correct one. Right? I don't know what my other hand is doing. What are you doing, hand? This one is the only one I have up. No, why do you wait? Right. That was weird. I said that, and immediately the other arm came up. It's like, this is the one I'm always allowed to control. The other one just has a mind of its own. Look at it! Really? You think this one would be the one that's out of control, but no! It's all an illusion. It's all fake anyways. It's how it always is, isn't it? It's just, oh, everything we thought we would understand is not the case. It's just always been twisted around on top of our heads. It's a whole funny trick that the world likes to pull on us, doesn't it? Anyone got any summer plans? Hey, for lunch. Oh, I went, you're supposed to agree with me. How could you? Similar to my lunch. Okay, I don't know what happened. I must be so sleep deprived. But when I read that a pad thai, I read that as iPad for some reason. Is it to my lunch iPad? I'm gonna just eat my iPad for lunch today. Just oh, extra crunchy today. I don't know why I saw that as iPad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good anyways. If I eat lunch like a plate, it's like those edible plates. You guys ever seen those where it's edible, like everything is edible thing, like your cups, your, not the table, I've never seen that with a table. Actually, I have seen them to where they put like it's like a whole area that it's all ice and everything in it is ice. So, like, even the table is ice. And it's, like, a super below degree thing. You have to go in with all this stuff on. So you can actually manage to stay there for longer than 5 minutes. But no, not that one. But basically, like, they'll serve you food. And there is food. But the cups, the plate, and the utensils are all edible, too. But somehow the utensils don't actually dirty your fingers. Because you would think like, oh, maybe it's like made out of some kind of chocolate or something like that, right? Some fondue or something. But no, it still doesn't stain your fingers. And you would think from the heat from it, because that's usually how most of the things work, is from the heat of it, your hands and all that, and make it stain. No. I was like, what? How? Those are fun places. Because then you try to figure out what's edible, and then you look stupid when you're trying to eat the candle. That didn't happen. I mean, you could eat it. I wasn't wrong about that. No matter what anyone says, I wasn't wrong. You can eat wax. Might not be good, but you could still eat it. You can eat fire. I mean, yeah, chips are delicious. Why has it? Okay, come on. Tech companies. Come on. That would be a genius. I would go out with my walker if they told me today they had NVIDIA chips, Intel chips, so anything chips, something chips, anything. I'd go out there right now with the walker in hand. I'd jump again. I'd do it. I'd break my toe this time. Actually, it's kind of surprising now that I think about it that I did not break my toe. That is honestly shocking now that I really think about it. How? Oh god, I just inhaled the largest slob of saliva ever. Sorry, too much information. You're welcome. Oh, I almost choked. Oh god. I really am a danger to myself. But how did I manage to lift my toenail inside of a sock, inside of a shoe? This horror music is actually very fitting, isn't it? I thought it wasn't fitting for today. Oh, how wrong I was. I don't know if you're brave enough. My hands are starting to look pretty delicious. I mean, edible does not mean ethical. It is indeed frowned upon in most societies. But what if? I just thought of something really kind of weird. Okay, bear with me, right? Bear with me. This is probably gonna sound really weird, really strange. I feel like we might have talked about this before too. But I was kind of like, you know what they always say when you get something amputated, right? You're gonna ask, like, usually, I don't think you can ask for the limb because it's technically like a biohazard, basically. So they can't give it to you. But for some reason, you do request if for pregnant women when they give birth, there's a placenta, right? And have you ever known about like with most other animals that give birth, they have okay, I had a dog before that gave birth when I was really young. I was very much like, what the hell is happening? but that's actually how I got my Murky Boy. But they have the placenta, right? That's around the sac, that's around the baby, the puppy, and the mom usually goes and tears it open and eats it to take the puppy out of it, because they can actually suffocate in that, right? So it's the same for us humans. We're inside of a little placenta thing, and it's supposed to be actually, you know, like the birthing process. You lose a lot of nutrients, and from the body, and that placenta actually has a lot of nutrients. So people have actually requested to keep the placenta, and they will actually give the placenta so that the moms can consume it. So wouldn't that technically be a form of cannibalism? Right? I mean, right? You see where I went with this? I really tried bringing in the whole dog thing and everything. I was just like, oh god, how do I try to not make this as weird as possible? But, you know. Right. So, like, technically, yeah, biting your fingernails is too. And if, I mean, okay, consuming your fingernails is another thing. Biting them is different. Consuming them Please don't consume your fingernails. Please do not consume them. That's not really good for you. Do you know there's actually somebody, this is not a fingernail, but, you know, your fingernails can be sharp. Somebody actually swallowed like a thumbtack, but it was the tinier ones. I forgot what they're called right now. And it caused so much internal bleeding that literally this poor man was coughing up blood, and he coughed up blood on his wife and everything. And it was just from simply working on some stuff in the ceiling. And apparently they stuck some stuff up there with some thumbtack things. And he was looking up and open mouth, and they had no idea that he had swallowed it. That was how tiny this thing was. And yeah, I had just, you know, going down and scraped something perfectly, and there he was having internal bleeding. So they had to rush him to the ER and to the hospital for surgery to take care of that. But yeah, he would have almost died. So please be very careful about consuming bones or anything sharp at all, especially a fingernail. They're sharp. Does that mean drinking someone else's tears is cannibalism? I guess, like, what? It would be, like, flesh, I would say. Like, if somebody really, really want to go, okay, like, look, it has to be the flesh idea. So that would rule out, I'm gonna say tears. And snot. Okay? And we'll say fingernails too, right? We'll say fingernails too. Although, technically it could be considered a fresh thing. But I will say that. But the placenta! I'm sorry, I had to figure it. Like, I don't know, to me, like, of all the things that could be potentially consumed, that could be categorized as cannibalism, it really... I forgot. There's like people that have talked about what it tastes like and like the texture of it, and like apparently most people blend it and make a smoothie out of it. I don't know. I like how the chat on screen didn't show a certain message. I know what YouTube automatically filtered, I see. Okay, that's why I said tears, okay? That's why I said tears. I don't know, right? How far are we willing to go to categorize cannibalism? How do we get to this discussion? Why have we gotten here? What a bad day to have a Fatum. I don't know what happened. But I don't know. It was just, I thought about it and I realized it. I was like, wait a second. But anyways, so about a Honkai Star Rail thing. The heck did you say you want to? I didn't say anything about wanting to eat it. I was just saying, as it is that would be considered cannibalism. I said 0. You put word in my, do not take that out of context. I was simply saying what would categorize as cannibalism, if anything, would be. What about a 9 tumor? I don't think you're allowed to take, like, it's kind of weird, I think, like, the classification of, like, what you can actually take. But I know, I believe, if I still remember that correctly, like, if you get, like, your finger amputated or something, you're not allowed to take it with you because it is considered biohazard. So, that's why. I don't know if that's still the case. I would still think that is the case. I would be very shocked if that wasn't. But I was like, what is, like, allowed, like, that's passed, that is flesh-containing membrane idea, and, well, that is... Oh, did I talk about... So, strangely enough, so does anybody have wisdom teeth? Like, did you ever develop wisdom teeth at all? I have somehow always been very, very lucky when it came to dental anything. Never had braces. Never needed them. None of the. And my wisdom teeth. I actually have wisdom teeth, but they never had to do anything because I have enough space for if they ever grew out, it would be fine. But then found out that they're there, but they would never come out. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. And there was actually, I swear, I read a study about the stem cells from wisdom teeth being used to repair pretty vital human parts that were not being able to repair before. I don't know what that study is. I'm gonna read about that again. But like not too long ago, I was brushing my teeth. I was eating something when I first realized it. I was eating something. That's right. I was eating something. And yeah, you can totally stuck between your teeth. And well, I can't really get up as nice as I like to, so I couldn't go grab a toothpick, and I was way too tired to go brush my teeth after that. So I was just using my tongue to try to get between my teeth. And I was feeling the back of my teeth, and I was like, that's odd. So I feel a flap. My wisdom tooth on my left side, it hasn't grown, but I think I might have somehow cut it or something happened. All I can also think is that probably when I was being intubated, they might have brushed the tube back there and cut it somehow, and I just never realized it. But actually, the top of the gum layer is cut, and it's just like a flap of gum on top, and you can actually feel... I'm not going to stick my finger in my mouth right now, but you can actually feel my wisdom tooth there. I was like, oh, well, that's nice. I just thought it was really strange. I was like, hey, I have completely forgotten about my wisdom teeth because, you know, they've been there forever. And they were never going to grow out, and if they did, well, it didn't matter. It was fine. I was like, oh, hey, wisdom teeth. I was, God, like, thinking about, like, anything about losing teeth growing is forever. I was just like, oh, look at you, little wisdom tooth. You just wanted to come out here. Be like, we got more chompings to do. Can I join? The other one is still just chilling. Never to be used. But yeah, I don't know. I thought that was like kind of strange. I was like, huh. I never thought it was gonna ever come out, but I think it got sliced something because it's just like a flap of the gum, so that's just hanging there. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just weird. I don't have top wisdom teeth. I only have my bottom ones. Removed almost got braces. I don't know if I had wisdom teeth or not. Oh. That's interesting. How do you... Have they ever... Okay. Have they ever had to pull out any of your teeth? Because if they did, and it was in the far back, either top or bottom, it was probably wisdom teeth. I don't know, like for me, for my top ones, I just don't have, like my tooth ends where the rest of my jaw would be. So, you know how you have like the layer that goes for the teeth, and then suddenly it just cuts up, right? Because that's where the hinge is. That's where my teeth end there, but I don't have like a gap or anything there that would have been for the wisdom tooth area. They said that I could have developed like another layer, but I never did to have the wisdom tooth there. I just decided, nah! Maybe that's why I can open my mouth so wide. Huh, I never thought about that. But I have an early hinge. Nah. I know, but I have my bottom ones. But yeah, I keep messing with that flap now. I can just keep blah, 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 blah. I can pull my tongue back there. Okay, look, I have a really long tongue. Not too extremely, but it's flexible, so I can twist it however I want. So I think subconsciously yesterday too, because randomly I would just space out and I was using my tongue to just flap the piece of gum that's back there, just and then we stared at like, what the heck are you doing? We're like, sorry, were you saying something? It's very distracting. I don't know. It's fun. Like, I guess it reminds me back to when to have losing my teeth, the my nice full grown adult teeth coming out. When they would be loose, I'd be like wobbling it with my one tongue. My one tongue? Ah, yes, I have many tongues. They'd be like, So that's what I'm doing with the little flap of gum, just album? I don't know music. Somebody who knows music, answer that. I don't know. I'm looking at the names. I'm like, oh, what are the songs from any of these people? I don't remember. I've been to the dentist in my entire life? Oh, still have teeth? I like that. Do you still have teeth? I mean, I haven't been to the dentist in a really, 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 really long time. But I remember when I used to be like younger and everything. My parents, especially my dad, he was always big on going to the dentist and at least getting your teeth cleaned. And he wanted to make sure that my teeth would be all fine and I wouldn't have cavity issues or anything like that. So, but I was really pretty good. I have good teeth. I have sharp teeth. I have sharp incisors. I remember one time when I think like one of the last times I went to the dentist and we were checking my mouth and they were like, ow, they're like, you have a sharp tooth right there. And I was like, yes, thank you. Don't file it. You think? Look, if you could get a piece of meat and tear your teeth through it, you're fine. You're good. That's all that matters. Had a tooth up top pushing against my lip? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's really... I'm all touching my lip right now. Is this matching another... Huh. Twice is better though. I mean, it is very good to go to the dentist. Don't be like me and not having gone to the dentist for a long time. But it is good. At least to get a checkup and a clean to make sure it's good. Because having a cavity probably sucks. I don't know. Never had one before. But don't look pleasant to me. I don't know. I've always been really big on like continuously brushing my teeth and I don't know if it helped it if I just really never eat sweets. Coffee though, delicious. It's fine. Sharp teeth, cryptid Ruptor. Okay, look. I have, okay, it's just my incisors that are pretty sharp. Like, I have one bottom one that's really, really sharp. And then I have top ones that are both pretty sharp. And my bottom one is, like, the sharpest one. That I actually do end up sometimes cutting my tongue if I'm not careful. I think what happens is, and now I'm noticing it because I'm messing with that piece of gum I have in the back of my mouth now. One day that's gonna flop off. Oh my god, if I eat that, am I accountable to myself? Right? Or if I eat that gum. Keep flapping it. Maybe if it comes off, I can like take it out, go cook it up, and then try munching on it and see what it tastes like. Look! Somebody brought it up and it's stuck in my head. had to get 2 of my tooth filled. I don't know. I've always oh god, they always talk about like they have to do the is it like an anesthesia? I guess. No. Yeah. I don't know. Can't remember now. Anyways, they get that big freaking needle and then put it in your gums and just stab, pump. There you go. That no, thank you. Oh, I don't usually mind shots that bad, but in my mouth, no, thank you. It doesn't sound pleasant to me. I don't know why I keep grabbing my coffee, take a sip of it, put it down, grab it again, pick it up, take a sip, put it. I don't know if you keep noticing my hand motions. I keep doing it. I don't know why. Just keep it in your hand and sip it. Sip it. Okay. I got it. It's not gonna move. And it's good. I'll keep it in one hand, put it on my leg, and not forget it's there. Is that why I keep putting it down subconsciously? Is because I keep moving my hands? Because for some reason I'm really, really hyper right now, but then the energy is about to shoot down and probably like give it an hour, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 20, maybe 10. I'm so excited for so many things this month. Sorry. Superpowers, not being afraid of the dentist. I think once I was told like all my teeth were pretty good and I was getting used to like I remember I had cousins that are around the same age as me, so when we would go to the dentist, like I would hear all the stuff that they would have to get, so I'd be like, oh god, and I was the youngest, so I was like, oh guys, how what I'm gonna have to do? Apparently I lost teeth like no one's business. You think, oh, 1 tooth. No, I think one time I had a poor teacher at the time that couldn't handle blood. Oh, I gave her every single one of my teeth that I was being lost. Big glass would be like just bleeding profusely, but oh, and she'd just be like, why? It's also I think that's the same year too where I shredded my knee into ground meat and limping to her like, issues. But yeah, I lost teeth so in chunks, like multiple times. It wasn't just one and then like, oh yeah, we got about a year for the next one. No, it was like 5 in a month. But yeah, I remember kind of being afraid at first because I would like my cousins would always get the braces and stuff like that, so I was like, oh no, am I gonna have to get that stuff? And then the dentists were like, your teeth are pretty good, coming in nice. It's like, oh, cool. And pretty much like it was just always just clean up, check, everything's good, and that was it. So I was like, okay. So I think kind of once that was the rhythm, I wasn't afraid of it. But if I did have stuff, I probably would not have done good. On the chair. It was always like really nice and relaxing to me. I just like to look up because like they would all, I don't know if every other dentist did this, but I remember that the dentists, they would always have like these pretty landscape pictures that they would have up on the ceiling, so I was just watching them. Now knowing about that man that was working on the ceiling and looking up and swallowed that thin tiny thumbtack thing, huh, I wonder how many times that has happened in the dentist. Huh. Hmm. Getting still hurts quite a bit. Oh. Oh. I don't know. I think like pain in the mouth just doesn't sound pleasant. Like, something I absolutely can't handle. I can handle slapping my hand against corners, stubbing my toes. I've done that plenty of times. Slamming my knee as hard as possible into things. Getting the oxygen in my lungs just kicked out of me in a second without realizing it. But what I can't handle are headaches. God, I hate having a headache, and I usually have them, like, every morning. But I hate them so bad, and, like, the idea of, like, any pain near my face or my head that could potentially just lead to a headache just sounds like the worst thing ever. So, yeah, no thank you. No thank you. People feel vulnerable in the chair. Just stuck with a mouth open. The needle. Then, I just remembered something that. So, my father had to get one of his teeth pulled out. This was a while ago. He had to get one of his teeth pulled out, I think. And the dentist that did like a local anesthetic, and it apparently, when it was trying to pull it out, it broke, and so it was like a constant pull, break, pull out the pieces, and it was just like that. And my father could usually take a good chunk of pain. I've really rarely ever hear him complain about, like, physically getting hurt by stuff or anything like that. He said that hurt so bad that it was the absolute worst ever. And I was like, oh great. And then, come to find out that his dad, my grandfather, had to get one of his teeth pulled out a way long time ago, and decided, just pull it out, because I forgot they would have to do an appointment because they would have to get everything prepped, right? But if he didn't get any numbing, anything like that, then they would just do it right then and there in the office. What did my grandfather do? I wonder where I get some of my stubbornness from. He is a beast. Even my father was like, yeah, he just got his, I think it was a molar, it was one of his molars. They just pulled out without any medicine. None at all. I don't know what that pain's like, and I don't ever want to know what that pain is like. So, hey, take very good care of your teeth. Don't be stubborn. Don't be stubborn. Why is my whole family full of just very stubborn people? I'm like going in my head to think about everything that everybody has done. I was like, yep, stubborn, stubborn, very stubborn, stubborn. The pieces with tweezers. It's just, I don't know the full story for how that one went, but I can only imagine how all of that was going. So this, I can't imagine. Just, it's like, to me, like, my equivalent would be if I had to recover from my surgery without any medicine whatsoever. It's like, just be like, I went through a short period of no painkillers just a day after my surgery, and that was the most excruciating thing ever. And that was just for a couple of hours. That wasn't even like the process of them pulling my muscle apart, detaching it, grinding into my bone, and cutting it. But I can only imagine it's like that area too, just like near the head. returning him, he said he felt relief from it at the time. Ugh. I used to have a grown toenail on my big toes. I hated it. God, it was like the worst ever because it was the time before I ended up getting it fixed. So it would just be gross, but I know that pain and just the idea. I understand. If I didn't, have the chance to get it cut the way they're supposed to cut it from the root and so that it doesn't grow back with an ingrown, yeah, no, I completely would understand ripping off the toenail for that relief because oh my god, was it painful. And it would have to be a case where, like, you would literally have to push out, like, the pus and everything because it would just build up the pus and there was really no preventative to it because just how it constantly was. And when you try to cut it, well, you can't really cut all the way to the root because because you're going to make yourself bleed and risk of infection because it's on your feet and all the kind of stuff. Like, God, I remember those days. And they were not pleasant at all. It was probably one of my worst recoveries, besides now my hips, but it was like the apps, I don't know. To stand up was so agonizing because after they had got the surgery, technically, not fully a surgery, but where they went in and they cut the root of it so I wouldn't do that anymore. My feet were elevated, and what they did is they basically like burned the skin back and the nerve of it and all that, or the root of it, so it wouldn't grow back, and so I was recovering, right? So I would have to be laying down because to kind of walk on them was fine, but I remember having to learn how to walk. It was my big toes. On my feet. So I would work, it's basically, imagine these are the big toes. So I would walk on the side of my feet that way so it wouldn't be putting the pressure onto them because I didn't want it to make it bleed and push out more blood and stuff like that. But just to get up was the worst because what's happening is when you're laying down, all of the blood is kind of equal in what it's doing in all your body. You get up, all that blood is rushing down to the body. The reason why you can't hang upside down for a very long time because you're basically pushing all that blood to your brain kind of issue. So that was happening to my feet and oh my god, I remember it being the worst thing ever. It was the absolute worst. Like, having to go with the restroom, it was agonizing. I hated it. God, I was like, no, I don't wanna like to drink liquids. I was like, no, I don't want to drink liquids. No, thank you. No, I don't want water. Oh, that was terrible. That was really terrible to recover from. I remember my grandmother had to stay with me for a while. I was with my parents. I was pretty little at the time, and my poor grandmother just having to deal with just how much pain I was in, and oh, this is not good. So thankfully, for some reason, my toe now doesn't really feel like that. And looking at it, it's like, yeah, I really put my feet through the ringer, don't I? I've done that. I don't know how many times I've stubbed my toe. I'm really surprised I have not broken one of my toes before. I don't know how many times I have slammed my foot against something. It is a miracle my toes have not been broken yet. Thankfully, I will say what I've never had are bunions. If you don't know what that is, look it up. Because, oh my god, that is just really just terrifying to me. Basically, your foot on the sides of it, I think it's the outer one. I think you can get the inside of your foot too, where the big toe is, but I think it's the outer part of your foot. Basically, the bone, like, curves out, and usually, I mean, you could be born with it, but you could develop it just with really no other means, or if you don't wear the right size shoe, if it's like kind of a shorter one, especially when you're in your growing phase, it just, the way it forms out, right? So basically the bone decides like how it normally is, but decides to have a little bit of a bump at one of the edges. And the way to fix it is they actually have to go in with surgery and shave the oh! As somebody who's now finally had their bone purposely cracked and everything, I just, oh, and but like the idea that it's on your feet, and when you stand, the blood rushes down to, oh, it's not even like to stand, it's just to like sit up. The idea that's the worst part is just to sit up with your feet hanging off the edge to get ready to get off the bed and have to walk on over to anywhere that you need to go to. Oh! Surprisingly, I didn't experience that with my hips. I would kind of thought that would have been an issue, but I think it's just the area was numbed in the area, and so like they numbed the nerves and stuff like that. So it's like, ah, yeah, no, we don't feel this. But you gotta be smart for that period. Period without adrenaline in it for some reason. Painful and I'm like, oh gosh. Fingernail injuries are awful. Oh my gosh, a snowblower. I have seen so many snowblower accidents. Like people like actually losing their fingers and everything. I just saw one about yesterday. Like this guy just came in like all chill and everything, and he's like, yeah, I was trying to fix the snowblower and just he lost his middle finger. And then doctor was like, okay, well, I gotta attend to it right now. But then he had another patient he was taking care of, and they had to call a hand surgeon in. But then suddenly the patient was like, nah, go to somewhere else. And they're like, well, you're literally bleeding. And he's like, it's taking too long. And he's like, last time they didn't have a hand surgeon. It turned out fine. And he's like, wait, last time? And he shows his other hand, and it's not the first time he's done this. He's missing his other middle finger too. His middle finger is his ring finger. I can't remember. But, yeah, I was like, oh my god. And I've heard other ones too with snowblowers. It's like, oh my god. Careful. Had thick gloves on. It's close though. Oh, glad you have your fingies though. That's, oh, oh. Oh, you scare me now. Looking at my fingers, I'm like so precious. Toes and I can do without them, but fingers. Toes and my fingers. Oh, so precious. I was behind again. Always behind on my streams. How dare you? I only have fingers once, so come on, cut them off. Unless you're really hungry, it's understandable. So can't play. Do you still play a guitar? I'm curious. Snowblowers are able to do that. Snowblowers are terrifying. Like, I don't know. You gotta choose between a lawnmower and a snowblower. I don't know. Terrifying, both of them. I don't know what's worse. Oh, I just, like, I had a flashback to something else that I saw, and it wasn't either. Something. I don't know what it is. I swear it was like a wood chipper, something like that. I don't know if it was someone's arm. I think it was someone's arm. Got caught in it. That was, I won't go into details for that one. Person survived. They did, but that is terrifying. Please be very careful if you stick your hands, feet, anything into stuff. Please, please, just check it. Make sure that whatever you're doing is really worth it. Please. To learn. Ah. Is it an acoustic or electric? Right? Is it called an electric one, I think? I think it's always amazing to me that when like people end up going through accidents and stuff, and they still find ways to still do things that they loved beforehand. It just shocks me of how resilient people can be and stubborn, but good way stubborn. Electric, cool. Very cool, very cool. I love guitars and I love violins. These two are like my favorite instruments ever. Very nice. I was just, I just, for instance, I saw, this is not to do with an instrument, but there was this, a police officer that he had been squished between two vehicles, his legs were, and come to find out that it was literally a vehicle going at full speed, aiming straight for him, and couldn't move away out of the way in time, so it squished his legs. And they were able to pull him into an ER, but the idea was that probably even if they were able to save him, he probably would never be able to walk again. Talk about resilience. Not only did he survive, but also did he be able to stand again, walk again, and back on the force. Was like, how on earth do you get your leg? They were literally like shards of bone were broken in 4 or 5 different places. All bones were broken, every single one of them, sticking out of his skin, everything. As brutal as you can imagine, having a limb squished between two vehicles, one moving at an extremely fast pace straight for you, and you know that the force of you trying to move out of the way, but it's too late kind of moment, so that velocity force of trying to pull yourself out and your adrenaline kicking in, moving what you can, doesn't help with the whole tear part, and still he was able to walk again, and able to go back into joining the force completely. I'm like, how are people so damn resilient? Really? It's shocking. It really is. That is just, and like, I think what amazes me too are like, doctors also able to putting back, like knowing what to put back together, right? It just looks like just, this is, might be very graphic, but if you go to meat market, you see ground meat, kind of looks like that. It's very, very, I mean, it is muscle, meat, it is that, basically. But, like, how do you know what to connect, how exactly, what pieces go in, what pieces just can't be connected anymore, and still person deciding, yeah, I can do this, I will do this is gonna happen. Just like, oh my god, really? Really? Videos of me playing on my channel if you need proof? Oh, I mean, I don't need proof. I just want to see. I may go check that out. That is really cool, though. I'm glad you're able to get back into doing, even if it's different. Still, I really admire people that just don't take no for an answer. Dynasty, Hyrule Dynasty Warriors game? I don't know what that is. Well, have fun! Well, yeah, that's, instead of stubborn, indomitable. You're right. That might be better. But yeah, no, it's just, it is insane. Very much insane. What Dynasty Warriors is? No. No. I thought you had mistyped Hyrule too. I guess not. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that at all is. Dynasty Warriors, all I can imagine is a bunch of warriors from a dynasty. That's what that is, right? Got it. Right? Am I wrong about that? Okay, look, maybe I do know it. I don't know. I do. I definitely, 100%, absolutely do know. Absolutely. Definitely. That's what it is. It's a Hyrule Dynasty Warrior. That's exactly what that is. Yeah. Yep. Wrong. Thank you. I'm never wrong. Absolutely never. Always 100% right in everything that I say and do. My ribs would not disagree with me, no matter how much they like to ache. I don't know why my ribs hurt. I will say, out of everything, I don't know why my ribs hurt. I can imagine why my neck hurts, since, muscles tend to connect to different places. But my ribs specifically, I must have slammed it, and I just don't remember. Because, ow. But yeah, that one I can't figure out why that hurts. It's fine, though. I give it the weekend, and it'll be, back to normal. We'll be like, hey, nothing ever happened to us. We're good. Even my toe would agree. Right, toe? Good toe. You good toe. You resilient toe. You've been slammed against so many other things. This is nothing. You guys also talk to your limbs? Is that normal? Am I the only one who talks to my limbs? Just every single night, I just look at my leg and my hip and just like, why? Why do you have issues? I forgot. Or the doctor yesterday, he was so excited. He was like, you got 8 pins in you? In my head, I was just thinking, why do you have to remind me that I have pins in me? And I just don't want to think about that. But he's like, you got 8 of them. 8! You got 8 pins! I was like, thank you. Thank you for reminding me that I got 8 things inside of me that I don't like. He keeps slamming us into things. But not my hip. My hip has been very, very, very... I have fallen. Never mind. I was like, well, I've never done anything wrong with my hip. No, I've fallen. How many times have I fallen? Try to think of it. I've tripped a lot of times. I've landed on my butt, which is my hip, I guess. Like, to say I've, landed on my back, I think I've only done that once or twice. But I've landed on my butt many times. Be the next Hellraiser character. Pin hips! Just imagine you get a character and its name is Pin Hips. Oh my god, I love that name actually. You know what? I love that so much. Fatum Ruptor. Fatebreaker? Nah. Pin Hips. Oh, that'd be great. That is amazing. I love that. Raptor's name. And anytime I go on a full tangent and get really excited about things and start talking at the speed of light again, please, everybody in chat just start chanting, pin hips. Oh, that's good. But speaking of stuff, wait. No, I said that in my head. Okay. You don't know what happened. It's fine. But basically, in my head, I was thinking, oh yeah, other stuff that was happening crazier this whole beginning week and a little bit beforehand and all that. And hence why I thought I said that out loud, realizing I did. Don't worry. Mind moves faster than I realize. Confuses me and you. Don't worry. But yeah, like, I swear, the approaching July happened and just everything decided in its existence to come crawling out of under a rock. One, basically, Himiko. Yes, that's all you need to know. Himiko. Soon. Very soon. Coming out soon. Trailer came out for Honkai Star Rail. I didn't see the whole thing. I just saw little bits and pieces of it. And it looks... I can't wait. I'm so excited for this thing. I want it so bad. I did learn, if you want to know some information about the banner system, what's going to be happening for that update, Himiko's banner is going to be for the entire update. So it's not just going to be for, you know how they have it for a little bit and then they move on to another one, and even if they don't release another new character. No, she is there for the entire banner. So 40 days or something like that is usually how it is. And along with other characters too that have been previously released, so it's not just her banner, and no other 5-star stuff. So there's that. I'm not talking about what's it called? The Fate collab. I'm not talking about that. There is like the previous characters that they've released. I didn't see who exactly, but like we're talking the characters from Amphorius. They seem to be doing another release of them again. So that's happening. And also, I think, not for the beginning of the patch, but for the second half of it, what I would assume would be the second half of it, then they're releasing the Fate collab, which makes sense to me. I think, actually, I might be wrong about that, but I know for sure to confirm that the free selector between Gilgamesh and Archer, and also, they're also doing the light cone for that, if I did see correctly. Finan is out right now. If you haven't opened up Honkai Star Rail and you want Finan's out right now. So I don't think it's going to be in the rerun for the next update. So if you want Finan's out right now, and so is Cyrene, I think is her name. So yes. But yeah, I did see that. I think if I saw everything correctly, the Fate collab, meaning Ren being released and Gilgamesh being released, are going to be for the second half, and they're going to be long term. So kind of how we saw with Saber and Archer, they're not going away anytime soon. So I don't think they're swapping out the banners. I don't think I saw that. I might be wrong, so don't quote me on that. Go do your own research for that if you want to see it. But I don't think so. So they'll be around for a while, so I don't think you have to stress about, oh shoot, unless you're trying to fully max them out and everything. They're in long-term banners, so. And not like Himiko. I mean, just like how the other ones have been. Months. A year already, I think it's been. But yeah, so that's there. And I think that was pretty much it for the banners that I saw. There's no other new character being released this update besides the new Himiko form, and then of course the collab characters. So I'm interested in seeing how they go in the direction for the collab story this time. I didn't mind the last one they did. It wasn't like the greatest. I mean, if we're comparing it to now the Wuthering Waves one that we did with Cyberpunk, that was just absolutely amazing. But I didn't mind the Fate collab I did it on stream, I think. It was just okay, just kind of meh, but I didn't dislike it, but it wasn't really my whole, like, oh my god, I was just excited to get Saber. That's all that really mattered to me. But from a little bit that I saw, it kind of seems like they might be going a little bit more intensive with the story, so that might be interesting. I didn't see too much of the whole collab pieces. I kind of was not really paying attention to that. My eyes might have been on Momo Himiko, but yeah, so if you're interested in any of that stuff, hopefully my information I gave you was pretty good. But god, I saw just like a little bit. I'm not gonna go into any spoilers talking about with the trailer, because like I said, I usually don't watch them, but I needed a little happiness treat for me today. So I saw little bits and pieces of it, and I will say, just, oh my god, I was excited for the previous update. I was really, really excited for it. I am way more excited for this one for multitude of reasons, and scared. For once ever, am I kind of scared about how something's going to be. Not in like, oh, the story's going to be boring or something. No, I'm scared in a different way. I won't say what it is when we're playing through the game. As the update is out, then I probably will talk about it. But yeah, no, I'm scared for a whole other reason. But I'm really excited for it. I'm really, can you tell? It's literally what I have been telling myself to push through and continue and just keep going, keep recovering. Look forward to after my surgery has been Himiko. I haven't shut up about it. So guess what? Yes, I am really excited for it. Really. Just, oh, it looks great. It really, really, really looks great. I've been avoiding spoilers because I know like people have been leaking stuff for the beta release of it, and so they've been showing like the ultimate off and all the other stuff. I haven't seen any of that. I've been avoiding as much of everything of the mech as possible because I want to see the mech myself in game. So I don't really have seen it. Just honestly, from the splash art from what we saw when we were examining her, that doesn't sound right. When we were examining the art of her that was out the first time. With the mech in the background. So that I'm so really, really excited for. I really want to see it. I really want it. I need the mech. That'll make me really happy. Really, really happy, okay? I love mechs, and that mech, from the little bit of I've seen of it, I love. And I love the red and white color scheme that we saw. I don't know if there's other bits of it, like with gold. I mean, what is Himiko's color scheme? From her new form, it's kind of like a white, red, and a little bit of gold, I think, which I think was her original. No, she had black a little bit. Well, you get it. But I love those colors mixed around. We're examining her respectfully. Exactly! She is mom, okay? It has to be respectful. Is anything other than that? I would say I squish you with a mech, but you might be happy about that. You don't get to see mom at all. None whatsoever. But yeah, no, I'm really, really excited about it. I'm not gonna go over that trailer on stream until maybe after we do the story. That trailer I am gonna not pay attention to right now because I do want to see, because it's the story's more trailer, right? It's not just the character trailer that we wouldn't see those cutscenes into the game and stuff like that. So I am not going to watch that one on stream till at least we do finish the story, and then maybe I'll take a peek at it because how much I really love this stuff. So if you're thinking I'm gonna do a reaction stream to that, no, I'm not. So if you want to go see it yourself, go see it. It's out right now. I think they uploaded the trailer to it separately from the live stream. I think they did. Oh, also, if you're playing the game and you need the codes are out right now. I think they're still active. Go redeem them soon. If you don't know what I'm talking about, live streams always have codes. You can probably find them Twitter. You can probably find them anywhere. Just go look it up. Honkai Star Rail 4.4 live stream codes and go do it. You can look it up how to redeem them if you don't know how to. So that's out right now. Well, yeah. So I really excited about it. Just really excited for story, everything, character release, story, everything. Honestly, everything. If you see the whole trailer, you'll probably see what exactly it is that I'm talking about. That I say that I'm scared, kind of feeling in a different way that I haven't been for a game in quite a bit of time. But it's great. I said I'm not gonna talk. Okay. Can you tell how much I'm trying to hold back talking about certain scenes that I saw? I'm really trying. I don't want to say anything though, but just great. It was really good. It was really, really good, and I'm really excited for it, and I really want her. Please, mother, please. But yeah, so that was a really nice thing to wake up today and see some stuff about that, and I'm sure everything's going to be 100% fine. I don't know when that update is. Maybe, hold on, let me see. I'm going to look it up. Can I find when it was released? Let's see. When does come out? Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. To tell you how much I have been really looking forward to Himiko coming out, and like I made that my thing to really be excited for and really look forward to kind of help me with all the stress that I was having with my surgery. I just guessed when I think she'll come out, and I even added like a couple more later dates to be like, oh, well, if I put it further and she comes out earlier, I'll be like, oh, yay! Happy surprise moment! I guessed the 15th. It says the 15th! It does say, so the 15th for EU and Asia servers, and drops earlier in the Americas on the 14th. So depending on where you are, heads up about that. But as soon as the update is released, of course, for normal stream time and everything, I will definitely be playing this immediately. So yeah. I am seeing a little bit more news here. So yeah, so they confirmed. Okay, so it seems like Himiko is going to be coming out from the release of the patch to August 5th, 6th, however that is, for whoever time zones that are. And for Rin and Gilgamesh, it'll be starting July 24th or 25th, depending, once again, your time zone. And also, returning characters will be for Phase 2. I thought I saw some for Phase 1, because I swear there was, like, 6 of them they were doing. Let me see. Banners. Oh, okay, so, oh yeah, so for Phase 1 will be Sparksy, the Dunhong's newest form, that Permancer Terre, however the heck you pronounce that, and Evernight. And then the second patch to it will be Ceridra, Anaxa, and Aventurine. That is weird, they're doing Aventurine? No, that can't be right, is it? Oh, I can't find it. Well, yeah, they are doing... I thought you could get them for free. Recent. No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not him. I thought he was. So, just a heads up about that. So, yeah, so I literally have I put it on my calendar as like a countdown. So okay. So, I don't think I've really mentioned this, but I customized my phone, the home screen and everything, to where, I know you could, like, you upload, like, you do the wallpaper, right? That I actually have it even set up, this is how much I like Valhalla, but I have it set up to where it's Valhalla themed, and so, one of the home screens has, like, the bar scene where the characters are talking in the background. Supposedly, their, like, mouth is just moving, and you can even switch it from all the characters that you can have behind talking to at the bar, and you can change the dialogue at the bottom from whatever you want. So I have it set to the date and time, and also my event calendar stuff, so that's where I get my countdown. And I have her set to that, so I was like, oh, hey, cool. So right now I have Sai, I forgot how to say your name. Telling me, yes, your next event about Himiko is... I have it set for 11 days, which is not completely accurate because for some reason it says 11 days, but technically it's 12 days that I have it set on my calendar. But it just doesn't tell me from the hours. So I was like, it's close enough. Good enough. But yeah, so that is something I'm really excited for. Yay. And then also, what else just came out? If you don't know, I've mentioned Zombieland Saga a lot, right? I've said it is an anime that I would definitely recommend if whether you're just wanting something to chill, to something to laugh at, or something like that. That is just a good anime to watch. It's fun, it's funny, and it's great. I love it. But it's not my favorite anime. And if you've been around, you know what my favorite is, because I love it anytime that it's brought up, is Madoka Magica. After, 13 years I think it is? 13 years, I think. Finally, with how many delays? It was supposed to come out back in 2024, I think. I don't really think we know what the delay reasons were for it, but the newest movie is coming out, and they actually finally released like the final trailer a while ago, and as someone who's been waiting for this movie for so long and loves this, and not as long as people who originally watched it. I didn't see the show when it originally came out, or the movie when it originally came out. I had discovered it. Was it much later? I don't know when exactly I discovered it, but it wasn't around that time, so I haven't been waiting that long, but it feels like it. So I'm really excited because the trailer for that came out, and like the final trailer, and now they've so far please no more moving the date where people are now seeing it around in theater posters and stuff like that, and it's so good to see that. It's so good. I've been rewatching I just finished watching the main series and now watching Rebellion again. Rebellion is just hands down my favorite movie. I think it really made the series for me. If you've never seen it, how do I say this? You should. Definitely should. But don't watch it while you're half asleep. The first time I ever watched it, I tried watching it half asleep, and I didn't really get any of the things that were happening, and I was like, yeah, this is kind of cool. I didn't discover the movie then at the time. I thought it was only the series. And then finally, I think like a couple years later, I gave it another try again, and then that's when I was like, oh, hey, this was actually pretty good. I should not have watched this when half asleep. And then finally decided to watch the movie, and I was like, holy crap, I love this. So I was really excited about that. I haven't seen the trailer for it at all. I've been waiting. I mentioned that I would talk about what the abridges are. So I'm waiting till I finish the Rebellion movie, and then I'm gonna go watch the 2 abridges that are funny and amazing and great, and I will share on Twitter what they are so you guys can watch them if you want to go see them. I would say recommend watching the series first before watching those if you don't remember the series at all, if you've seen it or have never seen it. But I think you might be able to get away with just watching those 2. For no reason in particular. But I will show them after I finally finish watching The Rebellion, which I think I'll do maybe later today. But I was just so happy rewatching this stuff. I was like, yes. Yay! It's finally coming out! So I'm probably going to be rewatching that anime. I don't know how many times throughout the next 50 months. DZ abridged kind of thing. If you have never seen... Yes, I have watched the Dragon Ball ones. I haven't It's been so many years since I've seen them. The latest one that I have seen, if you've never seen it before, is I think by Mouthwash, I think was their name. I can't remember their name anymore now. Maybe I'll also post about it over on Twitter, but they also made one for Fate Unlimited Blade Works, which if you've seen the Fate series and you somehow have not seen that one, please go do yourself a favor and go watch it. It's not finished and it's been years in the making, but go watch it. It is amazing. It's not done yet. God, do I wish it was done yet, because it is actually so good and actually really entertaining. It really tells the story very well done. Like, sometimes I see some of these abridges and they do, like, they're funny, but they kind of somewhat don't really, like, a comprehensive abridged idea of, right, what they are actually kind of meant to do. I haven't seen the Dragon Ball one in a really long time. But I saw the Fate Unlimited Blade Works one recently, and I forgot how much I love that one. And so, getting ready to watch the Madoka one again. Oh my god! If you understand the saying, I want that, then you know exactly, yes, you have watched it. If you have not, do not recognize that word, that saying at all, then you probably haven't. Or, I will also say, actually, Satan, then you'll understand what I mean. So if those don't ring anything, then you probably haven't seen it. But, yeah, I will link the other two when I finally get around to watching them for Madoka Magica, because it is great. Absolutely amazing. Just hands down amazing. Watch order is confusing. It is very confusing. You're not wrong. Keeps getting better and it's worth finishing. Maybe I'll go back and watch them again. I've been trying to find like other abridged series to watch and stuff, so maybe I will go back. It's been so long. I don't remember anything from it, if I'm gonna be honest. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. You guys know I love Pokemon, right? I think like the only Pokemon series I've ever seen is like the original, and that's it. And then the one movie they did for, I think it was called Pokemon Legends or something like that, for the games with red and blue and all that. And that's it. I haven't seen, I think I've seen one Pokemon movie, and besides that, like based off with Ash and all that. I think that was the first one I've seen. I don't remember. But besides that, the other thing that I used to really be into, I think I don't know if I ever watched the show, but I had a video game on my DS that I loved so much, and it was Bakugan. I love Bakugan. I still really love the designs of them. I really just like them. I don't know. I see them every now and then, the peel of them, besides when they do the stupid dinosaur things. But I never got into Yu-Gi-Oh! I never could. I know it's kind of similar with the card thing and everything, but I just couldn't. I never did. Or Beyblade. I never did. No, they're not the spinning tops. They're like the little balls that you would... Okay. In real life, you would have cards that they would play for certain abilities and stuff like that, but there would be a piece of metal of them in them. And you would have these little balls that would have a magnet at the base of it, and you would roll it onto the card, and eventually the magnet would click onto the metal and pop out come this character. If you've never seen a Bakugan before, you need to. They're really cool. I really love them. Might have been my first ever getting somewhat close to a mech idea, and the reason why I love mech so much. But I really liked it. I never played, like actually played against people real life Bakugan. I never found anybody else into Bakugan like I was. But it was a little DS game. I can't remember. I still have it. I don't know where it is right now. I would have to go hunting, but I loved it. I loved it so much. It's still a game that I would go back to and still playing. I lost that DS game. You still have the box? I actually don't know if I ever had the box to it. I swear it was one of those like third-party seller that I ended up just finding. They only had the card case for it, or you know, the disc. Which, hey, did you guys see the whole thing that's happening with PlayStation when removing physical disc? Anyways, but yeah, I think I really have that. I don't remember ever seeing the whole like actual box or anything like that. Now you say that. Huh. I do wonder if I ever did have the case and I just haven't seen it in years? Decades even? But I think I have a toy vacuum gun. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I still have them. I don't think so. I don't think I still have them, but I used to have like a bunch of the little balls. And then I had two, like, they had ginormous ones. I don't know why they did, but they did. I used to have those, and then a bunch of the cards. But, yeah, no, it was good. Sorry. Okay, the whole physical disc thing, right? I haven't gone out to buy a game in physical form, and I don't know how long. I think since I started streaming, and mostly because the games I started getting, I've always been playing on Xbox, and I really never started playing on PC till I started streaming. Most of the games I owned, I still have a bunch of the disc and everything that I have for Xbox and all that, but I haven't gotten another physical game because I would just buy them on Steam, because most of the time it's a game that I would be streaming. So I just never bought a physical game. But I really love a physical copy of games. And the reason why I say this is because, one, I have old game devices, right? So obviously if we're talking Game Boy Advance, Game Boy, stuff like that, the original Xbox, things like that, you have to have the disc to go and play the game, kind of thing. So obviously there is that, and seeing the stuff, it's very nostalgic, and it has that whole factor. So let's just say you're up and coming, you haven't really had that connection, you've been playing on computer your whole life for some reason, and never had any of the consoles, and you started off with a Switch, and you just got the games at the eShop. Or, hey, I think even the 3DS did that too. So, all that stuff, right? It just went eShop, all that, never bought a physical copy for the game. And I know there's the whole thing that basically they could take down the game from the store or online from then, so therefore you would have the whole game. But let's just ignore all of that, okay? For now. Because that's a whole other beast. But, I think what is kind of shocking to me is the whole idea of collector's editions, right? Collector editions have always been pretty big when it comes to gaming. It's how they can mark up something 3-4 times the original pricing of the game if they wanted to, and people will still go out and buy the collector's edition of it, whether just to save it forever, because then they can resell it for however much way later down the line, investment wise, or because they just really love the franchise and really love the series, and they've had all the other collector's editions, and even though they don't like the series now, it'd be like, but I still really want this collector's edition. The big thing usually with a collector's edition, besides all the cool art book they would add, or figurine they would add, or whatever the heck they would add, was a steel case, a steel book, right? And the CD in it, right? That's usually the thing. To me, I think that's where a big chunk of the, we're not gonna do physical anymore, because the value for now, you're thinking a collector's edition. Sure, you have they'll probably still give you the steel book, they'll still give you all of that, but if I'm just gonna get a physical copy of or not a physical copy, but, you know, a little piece of paper that just has the code of the game on it. To me, that just really ruins the whole idea of what the collector's editions really are. So we all know that they're more of people that really, 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 really like the franchise, or maybe investor people that are like, oh, this will sell good later on. But most of the time, it's people that really love the franchise, and they want every little piece of thing that they can have in their hand for this. Just keep it in their hand and just be like, this is amazing. I love this thing. And look at the little art that's on the disc because it's cool. I'm not like that. No, definitely not. I'm not like that at all. And really just wanting this thing and really like Halo and Gears of War and seeing the art disc. Just really cool to see, especially even when the game's all this is scratched up, or it's like you have 2 copies of it, so just no, never. Look, how could you get rid of that? Like, I get it. Or they're trying to say that it's like, oh, well, they're not really selling it well in stores, and they get cut off of costs and that and stuff like that. But I think ultimately, if I know there's all the other arguments too with it, that you're not technically really owning the game and all that other stuff that's going to be going on, right? But just thinking it from that perspective of, especially if we're talking a collector's edition or stuff in that kind of category and not having a physical disc to it, you could even have it to where the physical disc, all it has is just some lasered in code for the game. Honestly, you could just do that if you wanted to. You know, it'd be funny if they actually did that. But I don't know, I was kind of shocked when I saw that. And I also saw that it was kind of funny that all these other industries decided to poke fun at it. I think I saw one with, what was it, Domino's, I think, that came in and said that they're no longer selling physical pizzas, they're to be selling digital pizzas instead. I laughed at that one. I thought that was really good. But yeah, like I said, I know there's a whole other thing with that the idea of owning a game technically and how that all works, and they saw it with I think Alan Wake went through it originally when it was taken off of Steam stores for a while, and like almost every single store it was off for a bit. I can't remember the reasoning as to why it was, but and it wasn't physically technically available as a disc. But if you got another game from a retailer, that game came with a bonus if you got like the pack or something, and so people were still able to play the game because they had the code, so they were able to download it. So it still wasn't a disc, but in a way it was still physical. So that was kind of what they were presenting for the idea that you're not owning a game. But I'm not gonna really go all into all that stuff. But I was just saying more from like a collector's kind of side, and just people that are a fan of the franchise, a fan of the game. And like I said, for me, I just really like the art that they decide to put on the discs. I just think it's a really cool, nice little touch. I have every single one of the Gears of War games, besides Gears of War 5, but we won't talk about that one. And Gears of War Tactics, as a physical, as a disc. Every single one of them, I have them on them. And I love them. I love just looking back and seeing the art on it. It's a simple thing, but as somebody who's a fan of the franchise, a fan of the whole thing, I really, really like it. It's like a collector's kind of thing for me. It's another added, you could give me a piece of paper of something with Gears of War, and I'd be like, oh my god, I love this. Reason why I would love to buy also physical Gears of War games is because and this was just added. This is basic Gears of War. This is not even like a pre-order or anything like that. They would come with a sheet of stickers that I have on my door. I have them on my door, and we're talking all the way like Gears of War 1, I think was 1. I might be misremembering that, but I have them on. No, I think it's 3. I think it's 3 I have. but I have them on my door. Just a simple thing, but it's just thought it was really, really cool, and I love the franchise. It's just little things like that, and I think especially for somebody that would be going out to go buy just a physical copy for the game, and because they just want to collect this stuff, and even if it would be as useless as a piece of paper idea, you almost losing a good chunk of revenue you can kind of get from that, if you want to put it that way. I don't know. I really found it really strange that they decided to go that route, and I get it. I get it that maybe not a whole lot of people are going out to really buy the actual editions of the games anymore because they see the way that Steam is operating, that people are buying the games through Steam, and that's digital, and how that's all going, right? Like I said, for me, I haven't bought a physical edition for a game like that, and I don't know how long. Probably since I started streaming. I take that back. I did go get the physical edition of Valhalla because I really freaking loved the game. I went on a hunt for it, and I was able to get a hold of, I think it's the PS Vita and the Switch physical editions for it. Because I just love the game, and I love the box art from it, and also just to have a copy of it, and just to play it. Like, that for me is, it's little things like that where you can get more of it. So, I don't know. It was just very strange. It was just very, very strange. Can I own the license to eat a pizza? I love that. So, I don't know. I just really thought it was kind of strange, but then I also find it funny the different industries for making comments like that. Wait, I think it was Domino's. I think Domino's made the comment. It was hilarious. It was really good. I enjoyed that. So, as I don't know, it was just it was a strange thing to see. Also, I think Halo even made a comment about it too when they did their recent Q&A again. Even saying like, hey, if you go out to go buy the game, you'll actually get the physical edition for it. Because I think it became, before PlayStation came out about it, I think what made it big, I think it was Grand Theft Auto's announcement that the actual physical release for the game wouldn't be till a couple months after the actual release of it, right? I don't know if that's still true. I think that's what I saw. Don't take that as 100% accurate. I am not a news channel. Just saying things that I saw myself. So, but I think that is something that I did see, was that Dishonored 2. Two whiskey glasses. Yeah, like, they do a lot of cool things for collector's edition. And I mean, I'm sure people are still going to go buy collector's editions for the games and stuff like that, even without a disc, because that is just how people are. People might be upset with the whole thingy, but then when it really comes to it, some people might still go and buy it. But I think that was the thing for me with I didn't end up getting it, but when it came with Halo, with the collector's edition, when I was kind of hearing about that, I think the PlayStation does, the PlayStation one and the Xbox one, if you get the collector's edition, they come with a physical disc. But if you get the one that's for Steam, it only is the code, which, I mean, makes sense because you're on your computer, the disc for it, how many times you're really going to have that, well, yeah, so. But when it came to that in my decision, I'd be like, well, I would like to play it on my computer, but I really want the disc, so I would have rather gotten the Xbox version of it, even if I really wouldn't have played the Xbox version of it and just probably played it on my PC with Game Pass instead. As dumb as that would be, I would rather have the physical disc for it. I think just that train of thought, and now seeing all this coming out, I'm like, I wonder if people would go and when there's collector's editions released for different types of games, and if it's they do like how I mentioned with Halo had done with the 3 different ones from Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox, would they go for the one that actually has a physical disc? Good, Clipman, thank you for coming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah. I think I've only ever played 2 Assassin's Creed games. I don't know, I never really got into the franchise. But yeah, I honestly, I think the statues are very cool. That's the reason why I had my eyes on the Gears of War and the Halo ones, because they came out with that. But I didn't end up getting them. And the Halo one is sold out, and they said they weren't gonna restock, which I can't believe they decided not to. I was just, But yeah, I was like, oh, like I said, the game was really cool stuff like that. I was like, oh, wow, that's actually really neat and really, really cool. But I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to end up going in the future with physical release, with collector's editions, and there being others. Because I mean, I don't know. I've had my computer, right? But my computer, I usually use this more for streaming than anything. To say I really play my own personal games on here is, sometimes I'll do it if I'm working on some other stuff for streaming. I will have that playing on the side and also doing some stuff for stream. But anytime I usually have this computer on, I'm doing something for stream, one thing or another. And that's, I don't know, that's just kind of how I've always been. But if I was fine to walk around without having to go with my walker, and I just wanted to play, I don't know, let's say I just wanted to play Halo casually, and I wasn't stuck to being confined to a bed, I would go over to where my Xbox is, turn it on, and go play it from there, and just chill and relax that way. So I've had the 2 devices, where an Xbox and a computer in that sense, but it's just in a casual way, it has always kind of been a console for me idea. And I wonder with people when it would come for, because that's going to be the thing, right? If people have a PlayStation and they have a computer and they get a collector's edition, and usually maybe people would choose PlayStation because they would like to have the disc, but now it's no longer having the disc, but it's also, that collector's edition is also coming out for the computer. I'm kind of curious to see how many people are going to choose the computer over that. Because I think, like I said, to me, that would have been the selling point between the Xbox edition for the Halo Collector's Edition and the computer Halo Collector's Edition, was because simply one had a disc and one just had a code. So I don't know. I am curious to see how that's going to turn out in the future. Whether people do it out of spite, which I feel rightfully so. I don't think people are going to be very happy with this. I was shocked to see it, honestly. But I thought maybe at least it would be that they would release the games, but then release the physical versions of the games later, either due to production issues or just to get a game out and so studios don't have to wait or something. I don't know. I was kind of shocked to see that they were saying, no, we're just going to stop doing physical. It's like, oh, damn, okay. No, one game. So when I found that out, Nightcry. What's Nightcry? It's the only exclusives. Sit on a couch to play. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of shocking if you're stuck between a PlayStation and PC kind of idea. I feel like if I was between the two of that, I'd be like, well, might as well just get the PC. I mean, I think they were talking about the Xbox that might be planning to do the same thing with the newest system that they haven't released officially or anything. I think they said the name, but like that was pretty much it. It was Project Helix, I think it's called, which was rumored. I don't know how true it is or not, but to not have It's kind of like the Xbox Series S, where they didn't have a little disc reader, whatever, I forgot what that's called. But you know, to put the CD in to play the game. Reason why you had the Xbox Series X idea. I think that was like their test version of it and the cheaper version at the time. Disk drive, thank you. But yeah, I think I had saw something that their next potentially newest system might not have that. So I'm curious now with seeing people's outcry, and probably if they're very smart about it, what they'll do is they'll wait to see how PlayStation performs with sales in that sense, and wait a little bit to kind of see how that goes with all the stuff happening. I mean, there's a lot of other things to also factor, but I think this would be a very nice trial to kind of see how that goes. But yeah, I don't know. I will be curious to see how that ends up going. Because like I said, like myself, I have not bought a physical game. I don't. Do I have Halo Infinite physically? I do have Halo Infinite physically. I think I do. Do I? No, I don't. I don't actually have Halo Infinite physically. I just remembered. I bought Halo Infinite on Steam because that was before I think I had the Game Pass. So I wanted to play it on stream. So I was like, oh, I'll do it on my computer because my capture card was no longer working. Or wasn't working the way I wanted it to. So I never got the physical edition for Infinite. But that was my reasoning. Was for all of that. But now I think if I had the option, I still have like, oh, well, I can still play them through here, so that's fine. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how all that statistics for people that either just have the console or do have that option between a computer and a console, what they'll end up choosing for editions like that, like a collector's edition, or even if they just want the physical within a retail store and not having to be a certain edition of it. I don't know. That would be interesting. Well, that's your problem if they're smart. I can kind of see it being somewhat, that they might look out for it. Xbox has been operating very interesting recently. I know they got their new CEO and everything, but we're going into like a whole other realm that I really rarely ever go into on the channel. Got very, very serious, didn't we? But I don't know. They've just been operating very differently, so I'm kind of curious to see where that's going to end up going. Where I honestly wouldn't be completely surprised if they do hold off on it, very much so, and stuff like that, so we'll see. Successor of the Clock Tower series, a horror game series. Ah, I see. So I don't know. I honestly, they've done some pretty interesting choices for a lot of things. So I'm curious to see how it all will pan out, and it'll be funny if they start releasing like what I said about the just having you'll have the CD, but all it'll be is just laser ingrained as a code. They're like, oh, here's a physical edition. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I know there's the whole thing with the pulling off, potentially like being able to pull off the games if you don't have them, own them physically, and that all of that kind of stuff, right? But I don't know. It would get kind of funny if they do that, right? Be like, here you go, you get your physical edition. I don't know. Or if Steam does something like that instead, where they're like, hey, you know what? If you do physical releases or any like collectors or anything for us on Steam, if you get them in store, do something like this. I'm curious of like, especially from PC users and stuff, that really you have no incentive to go buy a physical copy of the game because most of the time you don't have a disc reader. Then a disc reader. Why do I keep calling it a disc reader? Disc drive. I mean, same difference, but it is pretty good. They give out a free Xbox to the audience. They did. They not only did they give out a free Xbox to the audience, they gave the limited edition anniversary to the audience. Every single person that was in the audience, which I think was over like 500 people or something, which is insane to me. Really cool. I'm not jealous. I mean, like I said, I grew up with Xbox, and my dad was always with Xbox. I think he used to have a PlayStation, but what eventually made him go to Xbox was, I think it was Gears of War or Halo. It was one of the two. So we were always playing. I've always known Xbox. Well, as far as I remember, I could be wrong, and there could be PlayStation somewhere randomly in there, and I just don't remember it. But there was always the consoles. So, or Xbox, I should say. I remember when I was like starting like PC stuff and everything, my father was like, "The heck is all this?" He's like, "You could play controller with these?" It's like, "Yeah." But yeah, I like, for me, I like to say like completely all the way 100% back Xbox and everything. Like, I'm not gonna be heartbroken if something happens with Xbox and they just give up with console and all that connections and everything. Be like I said, I've very much been more onto PC, and I think just because of streaming and all that stuff, just easier for me. Would it be nicer on my system if I probably played the game through a capture card and had the console running it? Yeah, probably it would be really nice, and I actually put money into getting a good capture card, game capture card, which I should. But my computer's still able to run the games, and it still does everything good, so no worries. At that point, I might as well just get a dual PC set up, but oh god, I don't want to deal with that nightmare. But anyways. But yeah, no, I don't know, I'm just kind of curious to see how things are going to turn out, what Xbox ends up doing. Because they also released some interesting news, which, happy for me, was that they said they were going to start focusing more on pushing out more of their IP games. So a little bit more pressure onto Halo instead of every 5 years, every half a decade before our next game release. They decided about that, pushing out more games from there. And I think they also threw in Fallout's name in there too. So I'm curious to see where that's going. I mean, as somebody who loves Halo, I'm excited for that. All I can kind of assume is that they're going to probably have different studios taking care of it as well. I kind of like what they did with this. Isn't there a new Gears game coming? Oh, yes, there is. And it looks absolutely amazing. But yeah, so I'm curious to see how that's going to go. And they also said they're having their eyes very heavily onto the studio right now that's making Halo. So I was like, huh. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, my eyes have been on Xbox because of, I think, Gears and Halo being tied to them. So I'm just kind of curious to see where they're going to be going with that. So should be interesting. I don't know. In for the ride to see what's going to go and happen with that. I'm just excited for the Halo game coming out and for the Gears game coming out. Gears is until October, but I'm excited for it. I rewatched all the campaign stories. I had wanted to play them, but it's a little bit hard for me to go and set them up right now. But, oh, I was just watching them. I was like, I can't wait. I want to go back there again. I want to go back. I want to chainsaw some. If you don't know anything about Gears of War, don't worry about it. Good night, Lord. Thank you for coming. We've been streaming for a while. I feel fine, surprisingly. I was waiting. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk to the doctor. I was like, butt hurts. He's like, yeah, don't worry. That's exactly where we cut your bone. I was like, okay, good. Just making sure. I'm stuck with Sony. I never got into the whole Final Fantasy. But, good luck with that. I mean, like I said, I'm curious to see how it's all gonna go. I'm curious how much, I don't know, right? Like, because they have a hold on certain games and different IPs and stuff. So if people really, 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 really want to experience a franchise and they really like a certain, I think they would still just play the game as is, even without a physical edition for something. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm honestly really curious to see how, because we hear the outcry now, but to actually see the results of it, I'm curious to see how that's going to go when there comes to be like a exclusive being released for them and stuff like that. So should be interesting. What was the other thing that happened? So wait, what did I talk about? About how stupid I was yesterday. Toby murdered. Himiko. More Himiko. And more Himiko. Madoka Magica. How amazing it is. Love it. A bridge is gonna be amazing. Can't wait for it. Or I say can't wait for it, but gonna go watch that after I watch the movie. Can't wait for the release of the movie. Cannibalism? What am I missing? Oh! So, okay. I have been in recovery mode, right? I stream for as long as I can. To really, like, sit on a chair is not the most pleasant thing for me. I said, butt hurts. The reason why butt hurts, my bones literally cut there. So, yeah, that was so kind of having to balance that out. Well, not the most pleasant. So, instead of my being at my computer and really dealing with my laptop deciding to overheat, especially in this weather, where everything is already just being cooked alive as is, essentially, I have been just laying in bed, chilling, scrolling through, seeing what's happening with stuff, being excited for Himiko, being excited for Madoka Magica, and while in the process of all that happening, I ended up seeing something really, really interesting. There was like a weird zombie thing. I was like, oh, this kind of looks really cool, and it looked like an anime, and I was like, okay, I don't really care for the zombie universes. I like Resident Evil, but zombies are not really my thing. Just never have been. But I thought this looked really cool. And it was like, what is this? And I kind of was looking a little into it. And then I just completely got distracted with Madoka Magica. Because of course I did. And more Himiko again. And then it wouldn't leave literally every single thing that I could see for like the past, I don't know, it feels like it's been years now that I have been seeing this thing everywhere. Everywhere. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I know what I will say what the name of it is, because I actually looked it up to go figure out and investigate what the hell this thing is, because it wouldn't leave at all. I was like, doesn't the internet lose interest in something with like, after a day? Actually, sorry, that's gracious. After a second? I was like, what the heck is happening? What is this? So, little old Fatum decided, okay, you know what? I have seen this thing forever. This was yesterday, like last night, before the whole thing with Himiko came out. So, I was super excited for Himiko to come out, but not yet. So, I was like, okay, distraction time. What are we doing? I went down a deep dive into this, and I was like, okay, so we see the process of somebody turning into a zombie. I don't know why they're turning into a zombie, but they did. Somebody else goes and finds them and also turns himself into a zombie. It's really weird. People are having these all kinds of discussions about what their motives are and all this stuff, and more like psychological things. And I'm like, ooh, I like psychological kind of horror stuff. Is that kind of what this is? And started doing more things and then realizing, wait, this is just a music video? What the heck is this? What do you mean this is a music video? I don't understand. It's like a whole anime here. And this is only, what, 3, 4? I don't know how long it was. But it's just like a really short, like a music video idea. So what is this world? What have I approached? I don't understand. And apparently, it's like a different AU, alternate universe thing. I was like, this is an alternate universe? This isn't even the original? So yes, I went off on like a crazy deep dive thing. I was like, what the hell is this thing? And then all of a sudden, I see people absolutely going insane, saying, oh my god, they announced there's an anime in production. I'm like, and they used a different name to call this thing. I was like, the heck? A different Franchushu. See, I thought it was Franchushu, and I was like, they made Franchushu very gory? Somewhat gory? Details of it, if you really pay attention. I was like, oh, wait a second, did I see that correctly? But no, surprisingly not. It's what caught my attention originally. It probably why it showed up on my feed is because I was looking at Franchushu because I was watching the movie for it, and then it was like, hey, guess what? You want something similar? Somewhat similar? You want zombie idol thing? It's like, ah, frick, what is this thing? This hasn't left me in forever. So then I heard about there's having an anime being produced, but it was under the name they called it was different, and I was thinking in my head, this must be the original universe thing besides the twist on it. So I'm like, so it isn't originally zombies, but alien? What? So there I went, all up in a deep dive. I was like, okay, it's probably an anime. I'll go look this up on what's happening with anime stuff. No, sorry. This is before I realized that they said that there was an anime production. Actually, no, I did see there's an anime production. So I thought, okay, then this is probably maybe they announced that they're making a sequel or something like that. And I was like, that's probably what it is. So then I went over and I went to go search it up and I was like, where is this anime to watch? And then I saw YouTube. I was like, what? What do you mean YouTube? What? Huh? So I go over to YouTube to go investigate this. I'm like, what am I looking at? I go and I see YouTube. I see a playlist. I see a playlist that says Zombie Stage. And I see a playlist that says Alien Stage. I'm like, oh, okay. But the Zombie Stage only has that one, so that's probably the one I was seeing just absolutely going nuts on my feed. Then here's the other one that is really long. So I was like, so this must be the other one. And I was like, but I swear I saw they said anime production. I was like, well, okay. The other one was probably just like a bonus, we'll just see this in a different universe in like a what if kind of scenario. So I go to click on the Alien Stage. And literally every single one of them are a music video thing with an animation behind them. And I'm even more like, I was seeing people talking with so much information. It's like how I feel when I'm talking about Madoka Magica to anybody. But at least I have a whole series, 2 movies that are technically recaps, and a whole other movie to go based off of theorizing with a tinfoil hat and going around on the board and trying to explain every little detail. And if you really pay attention to every little background thing, that has a connection. The pumpkin means something. You want to know what the pumpkin means? I'll tell you what the pumpkin means. That's understandable. But then I'm like, you have it off this? The heck? Then I come to find out that yes, it's that. But also, a webcomic series technically thingy is what it also is. And it's been going on forever with also this thing. And that's how the whole connection and the videos are connected. And I was just like, I have fallen into a rabbit hole and I don't know how to get out of it. So, yeah, that was my experience. So I learned officially that it was not actually a typical anime. And that's why people were going nuts about it, because now it is said to be in production of an anime, and therefore all that happening. I haven't seen anything of it. Like, I actually haven't seen the videos. I actually do plan to. I'd like to kind of investigate what the hell is happening, because I love tinfoil hat series and trying to figure out people's motives and symbolism behind things and what a little thing. I wasn't kidding about the pumpkin. If you've never seen Madoka Magica, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. If you've never seen the movie, the Rebellion movie, the pumpkin means something. I can't believe I'm saying that. Maybe one of these days I'll go into detail about all that, but Yeah, I was like, I saw people putting on tinfoil hats about something like this that I originally thought was just music videos. And then I found out it was a whole comic series. I was like, oh, have I found a new home? It's kind of how it felt moment. It's like I peeked out under my rock and I saw another rock and I was like, should I? Do I? Is it? Should I? People also going crazy over theorizing about something and over again because you can't help it. Is it? So yeah, I haven't decided yet. I'm probably gonna finish up with Madoka Magica and other series that I really want to watch, and then maybe I'll go poke at it. But yeah. Thought I'd share that. Alien Stage, if you want to go look it up. Or Zombie Stage is the other one. Zombie Stage is what caught my attention. And that's the one I saw was, like, devouring everything that I could ever consume on my phone. But, you know, fitting. But yeah, so if you want to go, as a One Piece fan. Okay, well, let me tell you to this. Imagine One Piece without its, like, bajillion entries. Imagine One Piece if there was only one entry. If there was only one manga panel. Okay? That's what this felt like, and people were just going nuts over that. That's what that looked like to me. When I saw that, I was thinking, it's like, okay, maybe it's like just a whole anime and people are just going crazy over ideas about what's going on here, this, that. Like, you're given so little and theorizing about what could be happening, what's happening next. Okay, you got this, you got that. Okay, you got me there. That's exactly what it felt with, like, somebody who really loves Madoka Magica, and I love looking at the little details and everything. I say that too. If you look at Zombieland Saga, actually kind of does the same thing, but a little bit more funny, unless you know really deep dive into the whole lore for that whole series, then a little sad. But yeah, it's kind of like that feeling, but 10 times. Is Madoka Magica, in the sense that you have the most freakiest looking things you've ever seen, and somehow they actually mean something. Like, actually mean something. And you're like, how does that throw up abomination, literally just looks like somebody vomited, mean something? And it does, and you'll figure it out, and it'll look like you awaken more brain cells in your brain that you didn't realize before, but they're all just saying the same thing, and it's go, keep going, don't stop, there's more, go and investigate every corner, watch this frame by frame. I used to make AMVs. If you never knew, you don't know what an AMV is, I am very surprised if you're watching a VTuber and don't know what an AMV is. I used to make AMVs. As somebody who used to make AMVs for Madoka Magica before, I got really, really familiar with, literally, you could show me a single scene and I could probably name it. Okay, I actually, this is when I had a little bit of sanity. Instead of using the anime series, I used the movies. So I used the remake 2 movies, and then I used the Rebellion movie to kind of save me some sanity. But I knew from a single frame what exactly is happening in that scene, and I could probably name which movie it's from. As somebody who used to make AMVs, I knew that because that's how I got so used to knowing what exact scene I wanted in a certain song. I would listen to music and then I would picture different animes of what I thought fit best, or however I felt like it. If I wanted to make I made it for Higurashi. I did it for the new entry. I kind of wish I did the older ones, but I did it for the newer one because that was the one I was watching first. That was actually my first introduction to that. But I had watched it. I would literally listen to music, imagine the scenes, and that would be synced into it because I knew the scenes from memory, And that's how I would know which music I wanted to put with something, because it just fit perfectly in my brain into where I was making them. I knew them frame by frame. Especially Madoka Magica. So when I say I know frame by frame, I have seen things, each individual thing, just the simple intros that they would have. Oh my god, just, you know, the whole chaotic anime intro things where like a bajillion things are happening in like the span of 15 seconds. I would frame by frame that thing and know what is happening, okay? Other things that you watch is kind of dark. Maybe. I don't know. I kind of like, I like a series that makes me think for like, what are the motives? What are the reasoning behind them? Why are these events occurring? I don't know. I kind of like series that make me do that kind of thing. Just fun. I watched Symphogear. It's not that dark. It's actually pretty good. I actually really want to rewatch that anime. It's a really, really, really long. If you've never watched Symphogear, it is actually fun. It is a fun anime to watch, and a different style of fun than Zombieland Saga. I don't know, it's just very fun. I really enjoyed watching that one. That was a long time ago, too. But it was fun. Great. Amazing. But it's not all dark! But yeah, I knew them frame by frame, and anything that I would see that was weird and had some connection to something in the universe that could potentially be going on, and theorizing about what might be happening into the next movie or the motives that are going on or anything like that. You don't know how hard it is for me to resist looking into the trailer right now for the newest movie. I examined all the other trailers before. I watched every single one of them. I examined them frame by frame. I am ready to examine this next one frame by frame once I get to finally finishing rewatching the Rebellion movie and then watching the abridged and then going to look at that beautiful thing and examine everything and theorize, is all hell gonna break loose or no? The answer is probably yes, 100%, because when is it never? But yes! So I understand putting on a tinfoil hat. You wonder me getting into analog horror stuff on the stream? That theorizing stuff was like putting that on top of my head and just the little propeller hat, the little propeller on it, and you spin it. That is like what that is for me. And I'm like, oh my god, I am the happiest Fatum to exist. I love theorizing about things and trying to make a connection in the universe and trying to figure out what's going on without giving just a shred of information. I love doing that stuff. Honestly, I think I mentioned my first introduction to anime was Tokyo Ghoul. And it was funny how I was introduced to it. Was that I had once saw a long time ago, I think it was fan art. It might have been official art of Toka Kirishima from Tokyo Ghoul. At the time, I had no idea who she was, knew nothing about it. I just remember seeing her once, and that was it. And I had searched forever trying to figure out who the heck was this, and I had no idea. Until one time I was at the bookstore, and I was just walking around, and I saw just there on the stand was the cover to one of the mangas, which is kind of funny. Now I own all the mangas now of Tokyo Ghoul, but is it 2? It might be 1 or 2. I think it might be, is it 2 or 1? I have them right here. I could just pull it over. Which one is it? I think it's 2. Yeah, it's 2. I saw it for 2. No, I think I saw 1 actually. I saw 1 or 2. One of the 2. And I just opened it and I saw her then and there exactly how I remembered her. And I was like, oh my god! This is the character I've been looking for years. I'm trying to figure out who the heck is this. And, yeah, so I really, that was my introduction into anime and to figuring out what the heck is this anime. And I liked it. I did like the original series, and then of course Re came out and I was kind of like meh, but I wasn't too bad about it. I kept up with it and kind of curious to see where I was going. Then of course I was like, well, okay, what anime to watch next? And then people of course were like Attack on Titan, One Piece, and all that. And I was like, oh. And then it was funny, I saw Dragon Ball and I was like, Dragon Ball Pokemon are technically anime? This is me who did not know. I think I used to see, like, just Dragon Ball just randomly pop up on the TV, and I was like, oh, this is cool. I knew nothing of the story, but I just loved watching the fights, and that was it. And so I would, like, go through them all, and I even got into reading the Dragon Ball series, like, the original first, and then going into Dragon Ball Z, and then all that stuff. But I was interested, but I never found, like, a series I really watched. Tokyo Ghoul is still just dear to my heart because it was my introduction into the whole world, and I wonder if I would have been a VTuber if I never did discover that. But, yeah, and then eventually I found Madoka Magica. And like I said, when I first watched it, I think I looked up, like, series similar to Tokyo Ghoul, and it popped up, and I was like, what the hell? That is similar to this? How? And I remember first watching it, and if you've never seen it, I won't spoil too much about it, but there is something that happens, and I was like, oh, okay. But like I said, I was half asleep kind of watching these, and I didn't really get it too much. I wasn't really into it. I was just like, oh, okay, whatever. And it wasn't until many years later that I tried it again, and when I really opened my eyes and were paying attention to things and realized stuff and really paying attention to shows, it's just like, oh, wait a second. What is this? And then I found out there was a movie afterwards. I was like, oh, Rebellion? What is this? And watched it, and it changed everything. It changed everything in how I understood stories and how to consume them. Look, I played Gears of War. I played Halo. I never deep dive into their stories. I never did. Never was the person to do that. Never. I remember my cousin, at the time, he had given me, I still have them here. I love reading them. I can, like, the cover on the book is so worn and everything, but I have the original cover for Halo the Flood because he had given them to me. And I remember I had these books and I just never read them, but I always kept them with me. And till finally, after I think I consumed that piece of media and really decided, like, I need to deep dive into stories and just take more than what I get at face value and really pay attention and theorizing about things and figuring out things, like, before you're even told about what's happening, all that stuff, I found my love for that. Detective mode? Yes, please. I got my detective hat, put it on, definitely not a tinfoil hat, and just absolutely went to town. I picked up the Halo books, I started reading through them. I still want to do that for Gears of War. I haven't fully yet. I read, like, one book and I never got a chance to read the other ones yet, but I'm getting to that soon. But it just, like, completely changed my consumption for stories, honestly. It really was like the shift for me that changed how I consumed stories, and more than just something that presented itself with face value and, like, that's all you had to see. Like, anything that required deep diving into things, so I was like, nah, I don't want to watch that. No, that changed. I touched Madoka Magica and I came out a different person. it changed me, okay? And I think that's, like, I mean, you see me with the analog horrors that we watch, Honkai Star Rail. I do the same for that. I love to just theorize about what's happening, thinking about what's going on. Even if I know the answers are going to be presented soon, eventually, especially with something like Honkai Star Rail, I just love to think about, like, what the hell is happening with this world, what's going on here, if we think about this, or if it's going to be connected with that, and I just love it. Absolutely love it. So, when I saw people doing that, was something with as what I thought as little pieces of media of something like alien stage, zombie stage, I was like, oh, I need to see this. So I haven't gone into the comic things yet. I saw that, but first I want to read the one I was talking about with that's supposedly a connection between Honkai Impact 3 into Honkai Star Rail and has to do with Himiko. Don't know much about it. I still haven't read it. I'm waiting probably over next weekend. I'm probably gonna read it then to get really excited for Himiko. I have plans. I've literally planned all of this. So yes. But yeah, I definitely am looking forward to that. There's so many frames automatically play in my head. I had a hero complex. That's just my heart. So, kind of funny that you say that. I don't know. I've always been the type. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe ever since consuming Madoka Magica, all of that has kind of changed for me. Where I don't want to spoil too much about it. I think if I ever make a video more dedicated to it, then I'll talk definitely a lot about it. What I really want to do is I would like to do like a watch along on stream. Of course, like basically, I think how I saw watch alongs being done, I give you guys a little timer to where I am on the series that I'm watching, so you guys could go watch it on your end yourself, and then I'll just give like live reaction to it and stuff, and we'll talk about it. But I really want to do that with that. I love the anime so much. I think it's definitely how I consume a lot of media, and maybe why I'm so critical. Is honestly a lot because of that. I'm not saying the story is absolutely perfect. It's not. It is not perfect, but I think that's almost kind of what I love about it, is having a story that is not perfect, but convoluted and very much if you really look into the details and look into the crevices, it's kind of like a it's interesting choices done here by these characters, and I don't know how I feel about that. It's really strange and odd, and why would they do that? And ultimately you start thinking, yeah, that was not a good idea that one character did. Who I originally thought was a good person, I don't know if they're a good person. I don't know. I like characters that are not just black and white kind of idea, right? They're either good or they're bad, and also figuring out like the reasons for their motives, and from their standpoint, why would they do something compared to another one, or why would they do something, and how that's presented. I also really enjoyed just stories like that. I think I mentioned, let's use Wuthering Waves for an example. I really, really, really loved the Frolova story update way back in 2 point something when we were in Renacita. I really, really loved it a lot because it was that two clashing ideas, and now you were getting to see 2 points of views where suddenly thought you were absolutely this could do no wrong character, but now you're being challenged in your ideals. I really, really like that. It presented a really interesting concept of what if everybody is not behind you? What if everybody doesn't want the same thing as the supposed hero wants, kind of idea, and the reasonings for that, and why. I don't know, it's always been a very interesting concept to me of that idea. It's only 12 episodes, I have no excuses, but it's only 12 episodes. But I don't know, I really enjoyed those kinds of stories, and I think they make the meat of everything else just intriguing to see how they're going to go about it. And even if it does end up in the sense where the hero comes out still on top, but in a way that they are aware of the flaws of their ideals, but they have reasons for themselves that they justify it. I like stuff like that. Oh, Madoka Magic according to Google. Yes, okay. If you're going to watch the series because you're hearing me rambling on about this and you're like, damn, Fatum is making this really convincing, then yay, I'm happy. Yes, it is only 12 episodes, but do not stop at just watching the 12 episodes. Do try your best, whatever you can do, to find the movie. It's called Rebellion. It's Puella Magi Madoka Magica Rebellion. The Rebellion? One of the two. And watch that. Watch the series, or watch the 2 movie recaps, whatever you want to do. Literally, there's 2 other movies, I think, called Eternal, and I can't remember the other one right now. And they're just recaps of this season. You can watch either one's up to you, whatever you want. If you want better quality, of course the movies are going to be nicer animation and all that stuff because, yeah. But do not stop there. Go watch Rebellion. And you'll understand why I love this thing so much. If you will just watch the series, I'm sure it'll turn out just fine. I said, don't watch it half asleep like me. Don't do it. But go watch the Rebellion story. Yes, that. Go watch that afterwards. Or whenever you get the chance to. And then decide how you feel about it. Because, yeah. But that, I don't know. That's just to me for how, like, I like to see stories. Kind of that idea and that growth for the hero of the story, of the main character, and how they change their ideas and reason why. And actually, I will say, like, more stories that are more hero kind of story and not super convoluted, but still do kind of tackle those topics. The reason why I bring up this one, because it just popped into my head, because I forgot the new anime is coming out soon, is called, oh frick, I can't remember the whole name for it. I always call it Lyrical Nanoha. Super old. They did the same thing they did with Madoka Magica. They did 2 movies that were basically a remake for the series. Up to you however you want to watch that. But it was very much that it kind of tackled that whole idea of that you have the main hero, and they do well in turning out of how everything goes well and all that stuff. But it does somewhat get a little that complex kind of feeling of, what if you do have an idea that clashes? What happens with that? Where is that going to go? And how that ends up performing and stuff. So that's an anime I'm going to rewatch again soon because I have to. Can't hear what you said. I remember it as Lyrical Nanoha. You can go look it up. I can't remember the full name for it, but it should pop up. There is literally a ton for that series. It'll probably be really convoluted if you go to try to watch it. People, you can't. It's really hard to find the series, depending if you're trying to, if you're not in Japan. So if you don't own it or anything like that, try your best to try to find it if you wish to. I watched it a whole long ago, and I do have the movies myself, so I have been able to watch them and planning to rewatch it. But basically, there was 2 seasons that originally came out, and they remade the 2 seasons into movies, so 2 different movies that recap them. Second movie doesn't do a whole lot of, both movies are okay, but if you just want to watch the movies instead of the series, that's fine. It just does leave out a lot. Yes, it is another magical girl. Yes, it is, but different. I kind of forgot it is a magical girl, and you'll see why. If you ever watch it, you'll see why you end up forgetting. I forgot what I used to see it. Maybe it's also why I like mechs. Basically, it has a little connection to that. If you watch it, you'll understand what I mean. But yeah, with darker theme. It's not dark, actually. Okay, maybe the first one is, but we don't think about that one too hard. But it's not actually really dark in that sense. It's Madoka Magica is a whole other level that we won't talk about that one. But that one is more of a good guy wins kind of idea. But basically, what will happen if you want to go watch that series, it's a little bit more complicated. Like I said, there's 2 seasons. The first came out. They made 2 movies that kind of recap the 2 of them. You can go watch that. You'll leave out some details, but honestly, that's fine. It's up to you. If it's just your first time watching it, you might just be fine. Then there's a 3rd season, technically, that released. That's called Strikers. And you can watch that one. It's actually pretty good, but it is really, really long and not something I would recommend watching over months. Yes, I did that. That was a mistake. And then apparently there's another one called Vivid or something like that. You can ignore that one unless you really like the series and you want to watch it. But I kind of ignored it. It was just okay to me. Not really my cup. But what is interesting was that they released 2 other movies that almost went back in time and decided to pick up after the first 2 movies they released that recapped the first 2 seasons. And it's called Detonation and Reflection. Come to find out, it's apparently a different timeline they decided to do. So, if you really, really want I liked Strike a lot, but if you just want to keep up with the new stuff, because they are releasing a new series already called Exceeds, I think. It's called like Guns Blazing Exceeds. If that gives you any idea of what's about to happen, go watch that trailer and maybe it might change your idea of some things about the whole magical girl thing. But yeah. If you want to watch in that order, I will tell you, first, you can watch the first movie. I think it's literally called, like, if it's Magical Girl, then Magical Girl Lyrical Nanoha first movie, and then second movie, or the first 2 seasons, up to you. And then it goes Reflection, Detonation, and then this new series coming out. So, up to you if that interests you. A little bit more of a lighter kind of story, but actually really, really good. If you like the more kind of hero wins all the time kind of thing, not super sad or anything like that. It does really, really well, and it handles interesting topics that I really like a lot. Really not like darker themed compared to the other animes I was talking about. Maybe a little bit more in like Zombieland Saga's kind of category, maybe a little lighter. I'm just remembering the things that happened in the first one. If you watch the movie, it won't be super obvious, but if you watch the season, then it probably will. So if you want a little bit of a lighter tone, then maybe the movies might be more ideal for you. And then, like I said, the other one was Symphogear. It's a really, really, really long series, but it is another one that's a lighter tone, a very much a lighter tone. And I don't know, I really liked the characters a lot. That's honestly what I loved the most about that series, is that there's a bunch of characters, but I loved all of them, and they were just fun. They were just really, really fun. The commander leader guy, he was so cool. He was really tough, cool, didn't need all that stuff, and just still beat up all the things, and it's like, well, why the hell aren't you fighting? So if it's something you just really want to fall in love with the universe and just not really have to think too hard about it and have a chill time, that would be a series I would recommend watching. That is a really fun, just fighting, but still hero kind of wins. Not kind of, always wins, but ideals and hopes and stuff like that. So that one more in that realm, if that ever interests you. But yeah. This is really characters' name. Oh, I can hear it. Kuretsuke? Kuretsuke. Great. Kuretsuke? I can't say it right now. Is it Kuretsuke? Kuretsuke. But yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. With his questionable way to save the world. I love Fate Zero. For some reason, it's like a very controversial one in like the whole series. I don't really know why. I love Fate Zero a lot. I really do. If you like Fate Zero, I think you might, I don't know, between Symphogear and Lyrical Nanoha. I really love the main character from Symphogear a lot. The things that she talks about and stuff like that, honestly, it's one of the reasons why I really want to go back and watch it, is I just love the characters. All of them, like every single one of them, even the villains, like I just loved all of them. It was really a universe just you can get engrossed in, and it was great. It was really, really great, and it like got better every season. Like, if you watch the first season, I kind of like, okay, just keep watching. It really gets better every single season. And the different themes that they deal with, but I think what's really nice is that they do kind of challenge in some ways the hero's ideals, but in a sense that they stay consistent, but they very much grow. They stay consistent, but they grow. And I think it's an interesting concept of how you can stay consistent to something, but still as a person grow. I really haven't seen another character really like her. Maybe in Lyrical Nanoha, the main character Nanoha, I think somewhat similar, but they're kind of different in their methods. For instance, no, you know what? I won't say it. I won't say how they're different in their methods, but they're very similar ideals and personalities, but different in their method. And I think that's kind of comparing the two in my head are kind of funny. Challenges. It's about winning, but more like I can't watch somebody getting bloodied. And them are karma. I would say all three shows that I talked about do have an idea of justice and karma. Even Madoka Magica. But that one might make you feel interesting. You're fine, don't worry about it. But, no, I honestly, I think, like, right now, those are the animes in my head that I really kind of want to watch again. I miss Symphogear. I really just miss the universe of Symphogear. Like I said, Madoka Magica is my absolute favorite. It will always be my favorite. I haven't seen another one top it. This alien stage just comes out of nowhere and just kicks that down and decides, I'm your favorite now. I will be very, very shocked. There has been no other... Honest, I love Valhalla, don't get me wrong. I love Valhalla. I love Clair Obscur. I love them. I love the Elden Ring universe. I love them so much. I saw somebody is watching my Elden Ring series. I hope you're enjoying that. But I really love Madoka Magica. I love Honkai Star Rail. But still, Madoka Magica has still been my favorite, and I don't think anything yet has topped it. Got close, don't get me wrong, very close. But so that would always be like a universe I am so excited to return to. But I don't know, there's just something about with Symphogear's environment. If you've ever seen Symphogear, those of you that have actually seen them, you might know what I'm talking about. But it's a long series. It's a really long series, and I sometimes don't care for long series. But kind of playing through Honkai Star Rail is kind of making me that home, that family kind of feel, especially with recent updates and everything. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But like that familiarity that you get with the characters and the interactions and like the things you miss. Like me for March, just picking on her. Getting stupid reactions. It's fun. It's great. But like that I'm like so used to seeing, and the whole mom with Himiko and the what is grandpa up to? What is he gonna be talking about? What's going on with that? March and main character gonna go ahead and get yelled at by Don Hong about something did stupid. That's like stuff like that, right? It just like a very like you're familiar with the characters, and it kind of creates a homey kind of feeling. And that is very much what I think Symphogear for me feels like. That the more I think about it, like the more I'm talking about it right now, I so badly want to go and watch it right now. It's a series that had created that for me. And I remember when it ended, I was so sad. Like I remember sitting there, like after the way it ended, just sitting there for a while, and just that idea of, wait, no. It's over! There was a gacha game that had released for it around the time that I was playing it, and I had played the gacha game. Even though it was in Japanese, I still did everything I could to translate it so I could go ahead and read the stories, because I missed the characters and the universe so much, and it was just that, like, family kind of feeling. It was just really fun and nice. If you've seen Zombieland Saga, it's like, I almost kind of like the idea, but that one's a little bit more comedic, but I still think it still has like that family. You're used to the characters and how they interact, but it hasn't been not as long. I think Symphogear is 5 seasons. I think I'm not kidding when I said it's long. It's really long. But I don't know. I really ended up liking it a lot. Do you want a comfy series to somewhat watch that's somewhat comfy? I mean, it is kind of. They have a lot of nice interactions. They're just chill and not all hell's breaking loose. But I don't know. It's just it's a really nice, more comfy anime to watch that I can't wait to return to. Especially it's a longer series, but I will tell you, it does end. I didn't know that there had been rumors of a movie. I don't know how true that is. I just recently came across it, and I was like, I never knew that they were potentially making a movie, because that's how much it really feels like the end kind of feeling. I don't think it needs a movie. If they do, I would assume it's going to be based off of something through the gacha game. If you're looking for the gacha game, the service has already ended a couple years back, so you're not going to be able to find that. But if you ever do get into some figure and you want more, and there is story that you can find off the internet from like YouTube videos and such, check it out. Some of the story events were actually really, really good. Like, I wish it was an anime kind of idea. It was really good. It was a little bit more serious than the original anime, but it was really good. But anyways, I don't think I really talked about Symphogear much and Lyrical Nanoha much. I feel like when it always comes to anime, I always talked about Madoka Magica. For good reasons. But I don't know, just kind of thinking like I kind of miss like a nice comfy anime to watch. And I say comfy, but I feel like people's terms of comfy is just completely slice of life kind of thing. Just, I mean, I don't dislike slice of life animes, but if it's a slice of life, I like a comedic aspect to it. Other than that, I'm trying to remember one that I watched. Oh, I can't remember one that I watched. That was a slice of life one that I really enjoyed. That was just, I mean, does Dropkick on My Devil count as? Dropkick on My Devil. Oh, there was the Miss Kobayashi's Maid. I do remember Dragon Maid. That was fun. Dropkick on My Devil, though. That's more comedy than anything, but oh my god, I freaking love that anime so much. It's so stupid, but it's so good. It's just so stupid. I miss that one. You ever seen Princess Tutu? No, I haven't. It was one I kept seeing a lot when I was very much looking for anime similar to Madoka Magica when I had finished it. But no, I never actually have. I got through a few episodes of Chainsaw Man. What turned you away? I don't know. I really couldn't. I didn't care for the characters much, and I think especially like the main character was just kind of to me. And I usually can get into a story without liking the main character, but I don't know. It's just, it never really fully intrigued me. Maybe if I tried it again, it would be different, but I don't know. I just, I couldn't. I didn't really care for the characters too much trying to get into it, and it was just okay. I think it was mostly, I just couldn't really, I didn't care for the main character. I had that experience with another one. What was it? There was one that I remembered that I really wanted to get into, but I just really, and it wasn't even an idea where I was supposed to hate the main character. Honestly, they were fine, but they just felt very meh to me. Like, I just did not care at all about any of the events that were happening, so therefore the surrounding events were just kind of okay. And it wasn't that I hated them, it just wasn't interesting to me. I can't remember what it was. What about a slice of life with a little bit of mystery? Yes, that was it. Thank you. You said it. My Hero Academia. Yes, that's exactly how I felt for that one. I really wanted to get into it. I really, really did. I liked Assassination Classroom a lot. I know it's kind of completely different, but usually I don't like... Funny I say this, and literally like almost every single anime I mention has something to do with being in school or stuff like that. I mentioned it back with Wuthering Waves, which I kind of did not like the La Haroy area. Even though I love mechs, which I don't like the school theme thing. It's just not my thing, really, at all. But especially like more that kind of like resolve heavily around the school theme. I was, at the time, I didn't know if I was gonna like Assassination Classroom. I was just like, yeah, maybe, I don't know, it's just okay. And I still love that one. I could go back and watch that again. It was great. It was amazing. I loved it. I loved it. And I really actually liked the characters. I really did. There was not a single character I disliked at all that annoyed me or anything. It was just really, really interesting and intriguing. I loved it. And so I remember when hearing with My Hero Academia, and I was like, okay, well, it's a school theme. We'll see. I liked Assassination Classroom. Maybe I'll really like it a lot. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. It'll be amazing. I just couldn't. I didn't care for the main character. I didn't. I really. It was just meh to me, and I think that, like, anytime it would go away from the main character, I would get a little bit more intrigued into the story. But then ultimately, it would kind of come back to the main character, and I'd be like, oh, okay, I can't do this anymore. And I really wanted to get into it because, like, it was everywhere. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm missing something. I must be going crazy. I'm missing something. No, I couldn't. I really wanted to get into it. I just couldn't. FANGIRL, my favorite mech anime. That name scheme looks familiar, but I don't think I have actually seen that. No, I don't think I have. Every half a minute. Oh, just real quick checking. Like, it's not on my side, is it? No, I did have a drop, but very tiny. Sorry, internet sucks. It's always terrible when the Wi-Fi sucks. So it's a short watch. I'm sorry. It's only 27 episodes. It's short. What do you mean? What do you mean that's a short watch? Only 27. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jinx. I'm not the only one. Only. Yeah, wait. Only 27. Only. Okay, I'm used to an anime being short when it's like 12 episodes. One Piece. I have never watched One Piece. Never gotten past like the first episode because I could not. I honestly could not. I couldn't. I tried so hard. I was watching with somebody that loves One Piece, and I was like, fine, I'm doing this for you. And I couldn't. I lost me. It lost me after the first episode. So yes! All of us that don't watch One Piece, we're gonna criticize you. When does it get good? Episode 20? I saw a meme about that for One Piece. They were saying, like, don't worry, it gets good. It'll get good. It'll get good. It's better as a manga. I'm the type where I like to read mangas physically. I like to read books in general physically than I do digitally. I do. So that would be my problem if I get a one. And then I'm the person where if I have one book, but I'm missing the others, I'd be like, frick. Shigaraki? Oh, I don't remember who that is. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think, like, what? I'm looking around of, like, the mangas that I own. So I got Tokyo Ghoul. Oh yeah, like, another one that I haven't picked up again, which I do need to pick up. I just didn't had a chance to return to it, and then when I did, I got distracted with other anime. But I have been wanting to... I did enjoy... Okay, isekai animes. I've never gotten the full love for them. I never have. It's just been... Like, I never... Like, I don't understand the whole thing about them. I really don't. But I actually do like That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. That one I do enjoy a lot. I don't know. I thought the characters were just fun to me. It was just a fun one to me. So I don't have the mangas. I do have the light novels. Try ReZero. I did. I dropped it after the second season. I liked the first season. I hated the second season. I just don't want to pick it up again. No. Not anymore. I'm good now. What's the point of them? Oh. Well. Why? I can't even remember the reason why anymore. For ReZero, I just hated the second season. It was so boring to me. I was so incredibly bored through that one. I just lost it. I was like, nah, I'm good. There's a lot of generic stuff. Yeah, I think that probably is like the thing with that one. Is just there's a lot of, I guess any like genre that's really big, we just end up getting a lot of generic more ones that are just meh. You know, I really like that one. That one I think is also more of a, I don't think it's too heavily like complex questioning who's actually the good guys and stuff like that. That one was fun. I had fun with that one. I did make a AMV of that one now I think about it. I was like, hey, wait a second, I do remember something about that one. Have you seen Overlord? No, I haven't, surprisingly. There's another one. I'm looking around trying to see. I can't see on that bookshelf. Oh no. Oh, that's right. I wanted to get the manga series for Higurashi, but it's so old of a franchise that it is like to try to get the books are so expensive. So that was really sad. I really wanted to get the manga for that. I actually enjoyed that series. I thought it was just a roller coaster. I remember I watched the newest, my introduction to the franchise was the newest season, Go, I think it was called. And I had no idea what it was. And I was watching and it was like, damn, like, what is okay, sheesh. It is, I didn't know it was a visual novel at the time. But it was an anime then. And then I learned, wait a second. This is like a sequel to the original. There's another older anime to it. So I was like, oh damn, okay, well let's go back and check out those. And I watched all of those. And they were honestly, I'm trying to recall all of it. I think I loved pretty much all of it. I had no issue with it. And then the second anime, technically like second season to the newest one, which, because it was Go was the first one, and then I think it was Saw something like that for the second season technically. So that one that showed like you had point A and then there's point B, and I didn't mind that one actually. I kind of liked the plot twists that were going on with it, so I was like, oh cool, until we got to the end. When you talk about like, oh damn, about characters that, you know, there's no justice served, or yeah, that's how I felt with that one. But let me tell you about it being, I'm gonna, a little bit of spoilers for it. More in the way that almost like the series itself tries to justify the actions that were done. So it's not so much that like, oh, no justice was served at the end. But also, we're going to try to validate for the actions that were done for this character, and therefore absolutely gets a pass, and there's nothing wrong about what happens here. Definitely. I was just had such a sour taste in my mouth about the way that one ended, of just like, of everything that was being set up. I was so intrigued to where it was going, what was happening. I loved the whole brainwashing technique. All of that was just like, it was great. It was so well done. I was so curious to see what's going to happen, like the whole setup for it, and talk about motives behind one character, and then you see the motives behind the other character, and like seeing the why. But the outcome to that was just it was terrible. I hated it. I hated it so much. I just hated the way that one ended like that. Like, even to the ending to the original anime, I honestly, it wasn't it was nowhere near how that one ended. I think it was Sato, I think it was called. Like, it was good, honestly. I actually enjoyed, like, the beginning parts of it, like, all the way through till literally, like, the last 2 episodes, or I think the last episode that I remember I think I made an, now I want to go back, hold on. I'm gonna go back and look what my AMV for this was. I didn't realize that Alan sent me a picture of the case he was talking about. What was it called? Battle Brawlers! That was the Bakugan game that was called. It was a box. Damn. I didn't know it was a whole full box. I thought he was just talking like the case holding for the game. Anyways, sorry. I got distracted with that. What was I looking up? Oh, right. I was trying to see where the AMV was for... Where is my channel? There it is. Where did I make it? Yeah, okay, so I did make a AMV for that series. How many did I make for it? There was one I did a full mix of, like, the different animes I already made it for, so I was like, oh, okay. Then I did a dedicated one. Go, Satsu. And then I did a mix between Go and Satsu. And that one, I think I did it right before the last episode came out. So, yeah, I think that was it. I'm remembering it now. I did it right before the last episode came out. And here, I will open it up. And I will, well, let me make sure it's not on. Okay. Where is it? Oh, I can't see all the comments from here. No, it wasn't this one. Yeah, I can't remember. There's one of the 2 videos that I have. I literally have so many people in the comments saying, I wish this is how it actually turned out and the way it ended. Because it was that feeling that I think everybody was waiting for, like, gonna get what you asked for kind of feeling. But just like, oh my god. How do you butcher an end so bad like that? And then they announced that they're making another anime for it, which, I mean, I kind of don't mind. Like I said, I liked the series throughout, just the way that ultimately end, I just ignore it. I pretend that ending doesn't exist. Because honestly, like, the premise for the main thing, I actually really liked. I saw people kind of like, oh, it like undermines the original one, which, I mean, fine. Right, probably. But you can just also say it's probably an alternate universe considering the visual novel thing and all that. But, I kind of like the whole premise of it and the plot twist that was going on for that. I was like, oh, damn, I was expecting that. It was pretty cool. But, God, I just hated the way that ended. And then I got 2 girls just conflicting each other. And the other one wanted to stay. And tell them how they became magical girls? Yes, technically, yes, you are not wrong about that. Which, I mean, if you do a whole deep dive into the lore, it's actually not too surprising about that. Somewhat, if you don't all, but just... Like, honestly, I didn't mind the whole magical girl fight. I was like, fine, the way everything else is going, probably gonna be executed really well. No! No, doesn't. No, it didn't. Seemed like a horror Groundhog Day. I really loved the first season. I really did. I remember the way that one ended and just my realization of everything. I was like, really? That? Oh my god! And I think before the second season came out, I went back and actually watched all of the old animes that I saw. So of course, like, then watching back to that scene again, I was like, it hit harder of like, oh my god, how could she do this? Why? And then I didn't mind kind of most Usatsu. I was like, okay, a little weird, but okay, maybe I see a little bit from that perspective. Okay, maybe. Okay, stretching a little. Okay, not bad. How is it gonna end? That scene with the frying pan is fresh in my memory. No, the scene for me that is fresh in my memory is one of them waking up with a, you know, missing some skin on their stomach and a good old rake. That thing, you know, glad that was happening. I know it was a ceremonial thing, but it is, I was like, I don't think you're supposed to be farming. That's, human body is not a piece of land to farm on. That one, I was honestly just like a, what? 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 Like, don't get me wrong, the frying pan scene was very just like, what? The freaking chandelier scene was also honestly shocking to me. I was just like, what is that? What is that about? Why? Why? But no, I think, like, to me, what was just absolutely, like, terrible was just that scene, because I was just a whole other talk about that was just purposefully dragging on something that was terrible. That, to me, that was like, there's no redemption. There is no absolute, if anything, out of everything else, there is no redemption after that. And somehow, I think to me, that was the moment of, how on earth are you saying that is fine? Bakugan just sideline. Season 1, they did nothing. I honestly, for me, for Bakugan, I said, I don't remember if I ever watched the anime. Reason why I say that is because the DS game that I did play, that honestly was really what got me back into Bakugan back in the day, was because it had like anime kind of scenes in it. So that's why I can't quite remember if I ever seen the anime or not. I don't think I did, but that game was great. What I call it, Battle Brawlers. If you've never played the game, seen the game, you have to. It's honestly a really good game. You don't have to know anything about Bakugan. I didn't. And it was great. I just really loved the story and everything. It was honestly such a good game. I really, really loved it. Like, even now, I would go back and play it again if I remembered where it was. I know I have it around here. It's probably somewhere I can't grab right now with my hip issue. But it was honestly a really good game. If you want an old DS game to play, and you don't need to know anything about Bakugan. Like I said, I knew nothing about Bakugan, and I still loved it. But, yeah. But anyways. Higurashi. But yeah, so I really liked the series overall, though, besides that ending part. I never played the visual novels. I do want to, but I never have. But I really wanted to get mangas, and somehow I got a hold, I think, of like the first 2 or 3 easily. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, this is fine. And then I did more of a deep dive, like how many there are, and like finding out how old they are, and the publishing and all of that. And it was like, oh, that is a lot of money. Oh, like I'm kind of experiencing that right now with Madoka Magica. I want to okay, so I have almost all of the volumes for Madoka Magica, except the newest, like, Magia record. I have no interest, really. If you're looking into Madoka Magica and you see Magia record pop up for an anime, it's fine if you want to watch it, but honestly, it's not the greatest. It's just whatever, kind of disappointment. They did it based off the gacha game that was out for a while and ended live service. Honestly, that is so much better, that story. You could probably find it on YouTube if you really want to go watch something like that. It plays like a visual novel style, so up to you. But yeah, so I have most of all the original Madoka Magica ones, and I'm trying to complete my collection because I realized I was missing a few. Like, I didn't have the first volume for the Wraith arc, which is supposed to be like a story that's set between the main story of Madoka Magica and the Rebellion movie. And then one of the spin-off ones, there was one called Homura's Revenge, which is a somewhat silly one that kind of turns a little sad and serious. It's only 2 manga, but I couldn't find the first one, and I only had the second one. And I had the first and second in Japanese, but I really wanted to get the English copy too. So that was a little bit of an investment, I remember. And then Wraith Arc, I couldn't find the first one, but thankfully, for some reason, somebody was selling it for a really low price, and I was like, oh, thank goodness, okay, I'll go get that one. But my absolute favorite, it is so silly and so stupid. It's called, okay, hold on. I have a rolly chair. This is the beauty of it. Okay, I think it's called Puelamagi Homura Tamura. It is just a spin-off comedy one that I love so much. It's so stupid, but it's great. I love it. And talk about, is it canon or not? I don't know, but I choose to believe it's canon because it just makes everything in the original universe so much worse. If you really think about it, it's great. Absolutely just good. It's hilarious. I have the first and I have the third. I don't have the second. To get the first copy, or this, I can't remember. It's to either get the first copy or the third copy. What I saw pricing recently was up to 300 to 500 USD is what I saw. I couldn't believe it. Thankfully, the second one isn't that high, but it's high, but not that high. I think it was like, the last thing I saw was like 100 and something. But yeah, we're talking, this is a spin-off one. Silly, stupid, not actually like completely to do with the main story. And I was like, oh my god, thank goodness I got the Tamura ones when I did, because I don't remember spending that much money on that. But yeah, I'm eyeballing the second one so bad right now because that's like the only one that I'm missing. And I want it. Because I'm like, I see them there, and I'm like, I see 1, and I see 3. There's 2. Is that a limited edition? No, it's not a limited edition. It's just how old these mangas were, and then they stopped publishing them, and they can't get a hold of them. It is so shocking to me. I was like, you go to look for the Higurashi ones. I don't know for the Japanese version, but for the English version, oh my god, do they get expensive. Actually, another series I really liked was Akame ga Kill. If you've never seen that one, the anime, I actually really, really, really love the anime. If you've never seen the anime, I would recommend going and watch that. It's also a manga series. Both are good. Both have different endings. Up to you to decide what you want to do, but I actually really like the anime a lot, and I did read the manga too. I like both, but I kind of preferred the anime a lot more, surprisingly, which is a first. But for I wanted to get the Akame ga Kill manga because I really like the anime. Nope. Expensive. Absolutely expensive. There's even a spin-off one for like the prequel. Expensive. Absolutely. I think I have like 1 or 2 volumes in. Nope, never mind. Too many deaths. It is crazy. It is crazy. So I'm like, okay, you know what? No longer getting into older animes and just gonna stick with the new ones. I don't even want to see like with Lyrical Nanahad. When I say like that one's old series, that's an old series. Like old. And when is, actually, let's see. When did Lyrical Nanahad originally come out? Let's see. Okay, not that bad. I thought it was older. 2004. I mean, okay, it is over 20. Okay, it is old, but I mean, I thought it was older. I'm actually surprised. I really thought it was older. But yeah, good luck trying to find the mangas for that. Idea how old it is too, or the idea for like licensing if you're trying to find it that's not Japanese. Yeah, a lot of licensing has expired, so it's really hard to try to find movies if you're trying to get a hold of the movies or anything for the series. So yeah. The sudden way the ending swings on a comic got killed. Yeah, if you read the manga, it's very different. If you read the or if you watch the anime, it's very different. I prefer the anime's ending, and I'm sure you can guess why. But yeah, no, but I am having my eyeball on that Tamura one. I really want that one. Just complete my Madoka Magica collection. I'll be happy. Until they release manga versions for the newest movie. Damn it! I know it's gonna happen. I think they actually announced it for Japan, the release for it. The first manga, I think. Which, also, if you do get into Madoka Magica, and you really liked it, and you want more content of it, but don't want to go through Maggie Record, and you want to read the manga, I would recommend read the manga. They add extra stuff, and it's a little bit different. And if you want, there is something called the Wraith Arc. I would, just for a first-time experience, just either watch the anime first, or watch the first 2 movies that recap it, and then... 400. Yeah, it's insane. It's crazy. It's crazy how expensive that one is. But yeah. Oh yeah, so if you go, I would watch the anime series. Anything animated first, I would watch that. Either the 2 movies that recap the first season or the season, and then go watch Rebellion. Then, if you really liked it a lot and you want to go into more and see why I'm like scouring every little piece of media and everything that could possibly happen, I would recommend reading the manga if you want. It does add extra stuff and kind of answers a little bit of things and gives you a little bit more context for things too. There's a ton. There's a ton, but they do a manga for the original series. Then they actually do one that's called the Wraith Arc. It's basically telling you what happens between the original series and the Rebellion. I won't say much more than that. And then, of course, they have the manga series for Rebellion. And then there's a lot of spin-off and stuff like that that give you backstories for other characters. If you really want to do a deep dive, I'm sure you can find somebody on Reddit or something like that. Or if you really like it and you just mention it in chat, don't worry, I'll talk about it. I'll tell you the reading order and all that. But that's related, if that interests you, for reading into more context for anything. Because I went through that. It was fun, it was great, it was very funny. And I'm planning to reread all this stuff again. When I said I saw that trailer, it's kind of funny. I saw somebody on Twitter mention it. That was like, the minute the trailer started coming out for the movies, it's like every Madoka fan just started crawling out of every cave that they came from. That's right. The reason why I keep saying that I feel like July happened, like every franchise just released things that just came crawling out of their caves of like, we exist again! And how it felt. Yeah, I saw a comment to say, somebody's like, yes, the fans rise again once the movie comes out. Or any mention of it. It's like, yeah, you know what? That wasn't wrong. But, yeah, no. The Tamura thing is freaking expensive. My eyeball is on it, though. I was looking at everything. It's like, okay, I get this first for streaming. Get the game that needed to be. Make sure Game Pass is already set for and all that. Okay. What does that leave me with for potentially to really invest that much into the game? Or into getting that manga. It's literally the only one I'm missing. I dare not look behind me. It's where my collection is. Actually, I have my Madoka collection behind me, And then I have, for some reason, the 2 spin-offs to my right. I think I just didn't make space in my bookshelf. I need to go make space for it. Not now. Because I can't. But I look behind me and it's like in my face because it's like a different style too. It's bigger. It's thinner but like taller ones. So it sticks out all nice and neat. Like, oh, look, we make 13 because you don't have 2. And I'm like, I know. I don't have 2. I can't remember which one was was more expensive. Was it? I can't remember if it was 1 or 3. But when I saw the pricing for the other ones, I was like, oh, thank goodness I am not missing that one. But I always find interesting is like when you can find like 2, 3, 4, 5, literally like all the other numbers like for normal pricing, but then you can't find like any edition or entry, volume, anything right before it. It's like, how are you missing that one? And like they don't, I like one maybe I can get, but like a middle one, I don't understand. So that's kind of, I think what happened with me when I got those 2 volumes was that I got 1 and 3 because they were for normal pricing. But at the time 2 was already for higher pricing. I think at the time it wasn't that high. Maybe it was because I didn't get it. It probably was really high and I was like, no, not worth it. Until it became worth it. I say most of my room is taken up by my computer and bookshelves. I'm not lying. I like books, okay? I really like books. They're great. They're always forgotten. I don't know why. Like, when I see pricings like that, I was like, why? What happened? What happened that, like, everybody just grabbed every single piece of the middle one? But you can find 3. Like, 1 would make sense to me, because maybe, like, it's the first entry, so everybody has 1 kind of idea. So that's what runs out first. But if you're able to grab 3, 4, 5, 2, or whatever it is, you're fine. But being able to grab 1, then being able to grab 3, but not being able to grab 2, like, what happened to 2? What happened in that one that everyone's like, yeah, this is mine? It's like, yep, that's mine. But yeah. But anyways, though. We have been going on for longer than any other stream that I have been going on since I got back. Surprisingly, feel really well. I feel pretty good. I don't know if it's just because I had technically a break from sitting from streaming. So I feel a little more energized. But I feel well, so that's good news. I will take it. Especially after yesterday's events. But yeah. But anyways. That was a little bit of me going on tangents that I really, really like. Getting a lot of prints, but not selling as well as they hope. Sells well. And then they make more for 3? Maybe. Maybe you might be right. Maybe. Maybe you're right. You might be right. Yeah, but no, like, so I was seeing, like, the markup price. Oh, frick. Oh. The stuff you like. Maybe that's my problem. I'm distracting. The more when I sit up, I'll be like, oh, I'm dying. But no, I mean, I will say I probably am gonna nerd out a lot more about. I won't shut up about. You know how I didn't shut up about Himeko? I will warn you, if I start watching that alien stage or zombie stage, whatever the heck it's called, I might, if it is the way I think it is and it's gonna make me go, I might not be able to shut up about that one. And as we get closer to the Madoka Magica movie, or when I eventually watch that trailer, I'm probably not gonna shut up about that one. So guess what? If you really want to watch either of those 2, I recommend doing that before I get to it. If you're watching my streams. But yeah. Oh my god, you know how distracted I was talking? I didn't even finish my coffee. Why not do a watch along? I don't think I could do a watch along for the zombie one or the alien stage one, the YouTube one, because it's music, so it probably will get me copyright claimed. But you know what? Maybe I will. I can't do audio. I don't know if I can do visuals. I don't know if that's allowed. I can check. I can try to do my best to see if I can check. But maybe I will do a watch for that. At the very least, you guys can watch it easily too, because it's on YouTube as well. So guess what? And you know I'm gonna have ads running. I'll let you know when there's an ad. You guys can see the time. Oh, no music visuals. I'll just give you a little screen for the time so you can see it. Because I'll have ads running through. I'll be like, oh, hold on, ad. Let's provide a link. Yeah, I think that one I can do. You're really making me want to do the Madoka Magica one too. Hold on, so maybe when we get even closer to the release for it, I might. Damn it, I might. I don't know. Damn it, I don't know. We'll see for that one. But I think I might do the alien stage one. I might do that one. It's a shorter series to go through. I probably will definitely do that one. Cause what I'll do is I'll show, cause I know how to. If you don't know on OBS, basically when you do a capture, so like this little subscriber count thingy is basically the window of the YouTube live count, but I've just like clipped it within OBS to where this is not like boxed or anything. This is in OBS to where it just shows the numbers that way. So there's a way I can do the same thing for the timestamps. So I probably will do that. I'll clip out the timestamps in a way so you guys can see what time the video is running for, so you can see that live from that area. But because what I might do is I'm gonna be bad like I am with my analog horrors. I'm probably, if you want to watch, be prepared. I will say one of two things might happen. One might happen where I am so just in awe of everything that you've obviously seen with the Cyberpunk collab with the Wuthering Waves, where I don't talk much because I'm just in awe of everything going on. And or I might be in awe and then really, really excited, where I will pause and talk about everything. So if you want to do a plain just watch through beginning before I watch that, by all means, I am not going to go around and be like, how dare you watch that before me? Because I understand if that would annoy somebody for the first watch through for something, and you want to watch it together with me, because I know myself. If that had as many people with tinfoil hats on that I saw with just something simple like that, I probably, I know what's gonna happen. I'm going to pause that thing so many times and go through so many details and rewind it and go frame by frame. I know. This is not a me of, I'm so proud of myself. No, this is a me of, oh god, I know myself too well. Oh no. So, yeah, if you want to see it yourself beforehand, I'd recommend doing that. Maybe we'll do it next week. I have some plans already for this week of what we'll be doing. So unless we finish things way earlier than I expect to, then I would really recommend... I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought it was Monday. It's Friday or Saturday, depending where you are. Next week, I already have plans for what's potentially going to be for streams. So unless we finish things earlier and I, for some reason, decide, you know what, guess what we're doing, then probably the following week, I know the Himiko thing is probably coming out. Don't worry, we'll do that as well. But I might also throw in that alien stage thing as well. So if you want to watch it, I recommend probably over the weekend, go ahead and watch it. Do all the stuff you want to do for it, because I can probably 100% guarantee you, I will pause that thing every freaking 5 seconds. If it is as tinfoil hat as I saw. So, anyways, I think we will do it. I think we will watch it. I think I'll do a reaction stream for it. I think that might be fun. I actually am really curious to see what the heck is, why people are going crazy about it. I think I might. Madoka Magica, you're on your own, everybody. I really literally would not shut up about anything. That one I would 100% watch that without me. And then if I ever do a watch along, please. Please. Would it be Alien or Zombie Stage? I would do Alien first because it seems to be the longer, and from what I saw with release days, came out before Zombie Stage, and Zombie Stage only has one. I think if you look at the playlist, it says 2, but I think it was just a teaser. But yeah, so I think it only has 2 or 1, something like that. But it would be Alien. I do Alien first. I don't know. Maybe I will do maybe like. No, we'll see. I was gonna say maybe I would group Zombie since it's just one. But something tells me I probably will only get through not all of the Alien ones. If it is as tinfoil hat as I think it is. And I really, really go into detail for everything that I am seeing and theorizing about stuff. Because I saw people going absolutely like writing books over just 4-minute zombie stage thing. So that I could make a whole stream. Give me something as little little story as possible, but have so many things to theorize about what on earth is going on around here. Oh, don't worry. Oh, don't worry. You think I can stretch out time? Oh, I could do it without meaning to. Have you noticed how long this stream is? I wasn't planning to stream for this long, but guess what? But anyways, though, I probably should end soon. Let me finish my coffee, though. I've been sitting with such bad posture, but I think it's because I'm maybe too much info, but I've been trying to lean on one butt cheek and then the other one, because the operated one is the one that hurts a lot. So I try to lean on the other one to where I'm like, ow, ow, it's starting to hurt now. So I've been sitting with such terrible posture. I'm like shrimp mode right now. It's terrible. I know it's terrible. I have been in shrimp mode, just not good. Anybody else like self-conscious about their posture? But I at least have an excuse. Maybe you guys have an excuse too. I was like trying to lean on one and trying not being all uncomfortable. It's like, ah. I think what gets me really bad too is actually surprisingly, if I'm playing with a controller, I tend to do good because I tend to lean back in my chair rather than just like trying to get closer to the screen. But when I'm talking, I don't lean back in my chair. Like I notice like my behavior. I tend to cross my feet all weird and just like lean forward holding coffee in hand and just talking like this. I don't know why. It's like, the stance to, usually be, or the posture usually be like competitive and really focusing into a video game is what I use for chatting. But actually, really serious gameplay, as chill posture. Gaming, easy. Talking, oh boy. It's real serious here, okay? Just, priorities. 100%. Definitely. Delicious. I forget. Why is it... Wait, why did YouTube stop playing? Why did my music stop? Is YouTube asking me if I'm still here? Oh no. It just hasn't looped yet. Please don't play an ad. Oh, thank goodness. You think I'd get YouTube Premium. You think, with literally like how much I'm on it, you think I'd get YouTube Premium. One of these days. One of these days I will. Do me like that sometimes, serious mode, just Oh. I did not notice because I was just like devouring my coffee cup. But the lid was not closed on all the way. So it was just like if I was not devouring my whole coffee cup, I would have lost like a whole chunk of coffee onto my lap. But thank goodness, for some reason, I just decided to put like, I was gonna eat my cup. I just realized that I was like, why am I like having to open my mouth so wide to sip this? Oh, it's weird. I didn't realize that. I was like, wait, why is the coffee spilling out really weird out of the cup? Oh, I must be tired. I have not slept. I can like never realize how much I take for granted the idea of just sleeping throughout a whole night. Like, I don't even care if it's the idea where I don't even get, like, it feels like I just barely close my eyes and like open my eyes. I wish I had that, honestly. I would prefer it way more than like waking up covered in sweat and fussy and frustrated and flip-flopping like a fish. God. And I just sleep like that once. I don't care, even if it's like close my eyes and open up again. I wouldn't mind. Maybe over the weekend. Maybe tonight. So I'll hope that tonight maybe I will sleep through a whole night without waking up once. Please. Please. I haven't had such a sleep. Honestly, I haven't slept like... It's like this sleep cycle is back to when I was like barely getting any sleep before my surgery. And that was because I was stressing about my surgery. Now, I don't know what the heck it is. I think I'm just fussy. I'm like a little kid all fussy. I'm back to being a child again. I mean, I guess, what? I guess, what, no. Is that VTubers? It's like, do VTubers, like, say they're however old their channel is, so what, I'm five and a few months old? No, I'm sorry. They're, like, thousands and thousands of years old. And then plus however old the channel is. I'm going to pick up sleep meds today. Do you ever use them? I have tried. Okay, so this is back before I had my surgery. This surgery. I couldn't sleep at all. Like, I was barely getting any sleep. My bags under my eyes were getting so intensive. I hadn't gotten like that in years. And even, like, I remember the doctor was a little bit concerned, like, you okay? And I was like, I'm gonna sleep good with this anesthesia. Joke's on me. But, I had tried two things. Like, supposed to be, like, a natural, using different herbs, relaxing, gummy little thing that was supposed to, I forgot what I had. It was, like, a mixture between chamomile and ashwagandha or something like that. I don't remember what it was called. And I tried them. I swear they don't work. I even tried it recently because it was safe to use with my medications. Swear it didn't work. Then before my surgery, I haven't tried it recently because of my medication. Although now I'm on natural. I'm not natural. Now I'm just on no narcotics or anything, so should be fine. No muscle relaxant either, so should be okay. But before my surgery, I did try a sleeping pill. I swear it didn't work either. I don't know how many times I had tried it, like continuously through different nights. I just thought maybe my body just needed to like kind of understand like what the heck was happening. Nope. My sleep med or choice NyQuil. You're not wrong. Apparently they make NyQuil now for sleep. Oh my god, thank you. You just said, wait, I know what to do. I'm gonna go, okay. They make one specifically for sleep, not for like cold flu and all that medicine. Do not abuse that. Please be careful with that, because you don't want to get your body used to painkiller medicine when you desperately really need it. So be careful. But they actually do not make it for sleep. I might try that. I might actually. Now that you bring that up, I remember when I had my cold, that was actually nice. It did knock me out. I might try it. But yeah, no, I could not. I could not. Like, I even, like, I usually, like, to say caffeine, like, affects me, I really hardly ever feel it. I think there's probably once I ever felt it, and that's when I forgot. We were at some taste testing coffee. I was just taste testing, like, variety of drinks, and I found the coffee ones, and I was so excited. And I didn't quite realize what they were giving me, because I wasn't really paying attention. It was just coffee, so I was like, cool. And then I realized, I was like, wait a second. How many espresso shots are that? And yeah. That was like the first time that I kind of really felt the effects of caffeine in that sense. But, like, I could drink a whole cup of coffee before bed and I could sleep. Like, that'd be completely fine. I had no issues with that. I purposely cut out coffee for a whole day, everything, to see it. Maybe, you know what, I need to sleep. Like, I absolutely need to sleep. Like, this is not good. My head hurts so bad. Nope. Body said nah. What I think it is for me right now is this, I'm just really frustrated not being able to move the way I would like to move, and without the sudden jolt of pain in my leg and hip. So I think that's just kind of what it is, and I'm sure at night I'm probably not realizing it, that I'm some way pressing on it after a certain amount of time when I'm get knocked out, and so probably in pain. So that's probably what's making my body heat up so bad. So, and then as I wake up, I'm frustrated because I woke up and then trying to flip-flop around, and then everything hurts, and it's like, why? So I think that's what's kind of making me right now not being able to sleep. Hopefully, as I heal and not do stupid things again, that'll be fixed. So. Family. I mean, I think my best advice would be for anything with painkillers is just follow the instructions and keep it somewhere where it's not very easy. Like, don't keep it next to you if you're so worried about like an addiction building and stuff like that. Put it in like a cabinet that you have that's takes a while to get far or anything like that, and just take it as the directions required. Like, if we're talking something like ibuprofen, it's more like a generic painkiller that you can get over the counter. Depending on your body weight, usually it's like 3 to 4 tablets. I think I have a bottle next to me. They're 200 milligrams, like these I have, and usually, like, I think normal would be 3. If, of course, we're talking kids and stuff like that, that's a completely different method to give medication. But for adults, usually it's about 3. But you can look it up. It's up to like body weight and then for milligrams from that. But to take 3, and the time is 6 hours. So when you take 3, from the time that you took it, you can't take another one till 6 hours. And as long as you stick to a schedule like that, like if you're going through, like for instance for me with my surgery, right? Of course I was on a narcotic. I was on oxycodone and for pain medication. That's intense. That's really, really intensive stuff. Like, that's the kind of stuff that people get addicted to and everything. And it gives you a really weird feeling compared to something like ibuprofen. I will tell you, I think it was that one I was kind of making the back of my head, like, I almost could say it like a buzzy kind of feeling. It wasn't great. I hated it. I really, really, really hated it. But some people like it. So that's kind of partly what adds for the whole addiction side of it. People like the feeling of it. But most of the time, especially when it comes to a painkiller, the idea of it is that you have pain, and the idea is when you're on something that strong and you don't feel any pain, it's nice. So people tend to stay on it, and then what ends up going on is that their body ends up getting used to it over time. So you have to up the dose more and more, and especially if you're not being watched by a doctor or anything, you're just doing it yourself. That's where the issue tends to come from. So I'm not saying like for the effects of ibuprofen is not the case because it's an over-the-counter. No, it's very easy. I mean, you could literally get vitamins and overdose on that. I'm not kidding about that. That is true. You can overdose on vitamins. I am not joking. The gummy ones? Yeah, that's possible. But basically, what it is, like ibuprofen, the pain and idea is to take 3 and that's it for 6 hours. Or if depending on body weight, it's 4. Sometimes they will say you can push it to 4 if it's really extreme pain. We're talking broken bone, we're talking massive migraines, stuff like that, right? But that's usually advised by a doctor first before taking that if it's not within your usual body weight to milligram ratio. But the time is 6 hours, and usually that's how you manage the pain, is from that kind of idea. You have small pain, you take the medication just for a little bit, and there you go. The minute you don't feel it anymore, don't get scared, because that's the big thing that usually tends to get people, is that they get scared thinking, shoot, that the pain is going to hit really hard. I can attest to that, because having my hips broken, it's not the nicest feeling when I know that pain is coming back soon. But the idea is that you want to feel it, technically, feel it, and make sure you're feeling it, that you can go hours forgetting about something, doing something else, playing, whether it's playing video games, watching a movie, or something, and you're sitting a couple hours away from it, and then when you realize, oh, now that I'm not paying attention to that, yeah, no, something is starting to hurt pretty bad, then you know the pain is most likely the case, and of course, over a course of time. And of course, we're also need to keep in mind that depending on what the injury is, right? Like, let's say I still complain about my hip for a whole year. That's typically normal for a whole recovery from my type of surgery. Full recovery and pain being gone is not till a whole year. But let's say we're talking, I just stubbed my toe like I have. I lifted my toenail, and we're saying I still feel the pain a month, 2 months later. That's something that I really would say, stop taking any pain medication, go to a doctor, go get it checked out, and make sure it is something that is actually serious and not your mind playing tricks on you, because the mind is a really powerful thing. It really, really is. You believe you have something, you really can think it exists. It truly exists. It's extremely powerful. When people have lost a limb or something like that, they usually do go through something like a phantom pain, where they still think they have the ache, even though they might, like, let's say they lost their hand. They might still feel the pain in their hand, but of course the hand has been amputated, so what do you mean? Like, they can say that I still feel the pain in my fingertips or something. It is truly a real thing that can happen. It's just how powerful the mind can be, and there's methods to get that done and all that. But my best advice is, if you don't know how to take painkillers, you don't know how to take all that, and you're worried about things, keep them in an area that's not the easiest to access, and take how much that is needed for your body weight. Do check that, body weight and milligrams, and also the time that you can take, like acetaminophen, which some people might know is Tylenol. This is a 500 milligram, and for me, I would just take one, kind of, and you take it every 4 hours. Ibuprofen, 200 milligrams. I take 3. That would be every 6 hours. And for someone that, like me, I had surgery and I was told, doctor, manage my pain through this kind of stuff. It's not something that you have to stick through a time. And by that, I mean, by sticking to a time, I don't mean you can go less. You can go more. Like, let's say my next dose isn't till, like, I take ibuprofen now. I can't take it till another 6 hours. 6 hours comes without even thinking about it. Poop, take some. No. What I'll try to do is I'll wait for the pain. If it starts getting there, I'll be like, okay, it's fine. And as more time goes through, maybe I'll think, okay, I gotta go see the doctor, so I know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be really painful, so at least to help me get through it, then I'll go ahead and take it. Or I would like to sleep during the night, so I will try to take it as late as possible. So I will push my time to take it to where I'll be like, okay, well, instead of taking it at the 6 hour mark, maybe I'm gonna wait till 8 or 10 hours till I take my next dose. So that's kind of how you can try to manage it. I know it's scary, and I know it's scary. You see addictions, and it's terrifying. It truly is terrifying. But honestly, if managing it that way, if you like to, or also getting advice from a doctor if you really don't know how something works or anything like that, is definitely something that can help you and understand how something works exactly and the effects that it takes and things. Like, for instance, like if you take a pill, it takes about an hour for it to actually work. Yes, I'm not kidding about that. But yet your mind, if you really don't know that detail, really not thinking about it, and you take it, suddenly you might be feeling great in like 10 to 30 minutes, and you're like, man, that was great. Reality, it's actually probably hasn't taken the effect, but your mind thinks like, oh, it's been a while. I'm feeling a lot better, and it could. I'm not joking about how powerful the mind can be. You can look up a lot of phantom pains and how they discover a lot of that and the effects that it has. So yeah, but that's just a little bit for how, if you don't know how to step into painkillers and exactly what to do about that, and it's honestly the best way I can say. So pain meds will not remove inflammation. I mean, you have medication that does reduce inflammation. It doesn't remove it, but it does reduce, which I think is acetaminophen, if I remember correctly. Don't completely believe me on that. I can't remember if ibuprofen or if it's acetaminophen. It's one of the two. I can't recall. I want to say it's acetaminophen. But when I ate my migraine for the first time. And of course, like this, like if you go over the counter, they have ones that are specific for what it is and all that kinds of stuff. And I like they even say like there's fast acting ones, and sure, maybe they can get the speeds up to dissolve. I think it's like a difference between a capsule, a gel, and then like the hard pill kind of thing. The way that like the tablet, like how they actually go into the body and all that, and get what they need to. But in general, it's usually about an hour that it actually takes effect. Reason why, if you ever wondered, why am I getting medication through an IV? They also have the alternative in a pill, is because IV acts faster. Pretty much instant. To give you an idea, when I was with the pain, one of the, I can't remember the name of the medication. I hated it though. I hated the way it made me feel. It made me super dizzy. I hated it. But it was a very fast-acting pain narcotic, and I didn't like it. But did it make the pain go away? Oh yeah, it did. But I hated it. I really, really hated it. It like made me, and that's the thing too, right? I don't think with painkillers they do, but like with narcotics and stuff like that, they make you sleepy. So if you've ever taken a narcotic and wonder, hey, why am I so sleepy with these and compared to the others? Well, hey, guess what? So, yeah. But yeah, so when I would take like the IV, that would be super fast acting to where I could literally feel it. So when they would push in the medication, sometimes it would burn my arm where the IV was attached, and I could feel it spread through, and sometimes it would make me really cold. They even said that sometimes you could taste it in your mouth, if you just, like the saline that they push in, it tastes it in your mouth, and it's kind of weird. It's like makes it feel like cold air is being breathed up through the back of your throat and into your mouth. It's really strange. Like I kind of try to explain how that feels if you've never had it before. It's very weird, but it's fast. It's very fast acting. Like that one is an pretty much almost instant relief feeling, which is reason why you kind of tend to have people that are addicted to this stuff go into ERs and complain about certain symptoms that they may be having, even though it's not the case. Like this reason, like they're searching for morphine and stuff like that, because that is fast acting, hence the reason why they won't go to the over-the-counter stuff, not just because it's not as strong, but because it is extremely fast. It is different compared to taking a pill of oxycodone or ibuprofen and stuff like that. So yeah. Sorry, I went into a bit of a tangent there. My bad. But yeah, just be careful. Just be mindful. Count your hours. Count your times. I think like what I always keep in the back of my head is just the more you take of a pain medication, the more resilient your body is going to get to it. So just be aware of that. If something is really hurting you now and you're kind of taking it pretty much like 6-7 hours if it's ibuprofen or something like that, just keep that in mind that who knows, maybe later down the future you might get another injury or something like that, and the ibuprofen and stuff like that isn't quite cutting it, so gonna have to just deal with that idea, because of course you don't want to, because what you're doing with an addiction, if you don't know the details of it, of course there's a lot of aspects to it depending on what the medication is or anything like that, but most of it, surprisingly, is actually affecting your kidneys, because your kidneys are like a filter system, right? So there could be like the ones that affect your heart and make your heart race or slow down and stuff like that, right? But one of the big factors is your kidneys, and because they have to filter out the medicine and stuff like that, so they are your filters. If your kidneys fail, everything else fails. And I mean, that's usually the case with your heart, with your lungs, with that, but I mean fast things fail if your kidneys go out. So that's kind of you want to know what the deadly issue with addiction can be that doesn't just say your heart or that it's your kidneys, and that's painful. It's not great. It's not nice at all. So that is one of the big things that tends to be, and of course take care of them kidneys. That is a big thing for them. No dosage over time. Yeah, basically. Load-bearing kidneys, basically. Basically, that's how they are. So, yeah, I think that's like I said. For me, what it is mostly the more you take for a pain medication, just know that your body is slowly building up a resilience to it. So, just kind of be aware of that factor. And I'm not saying like, oh, you should tough it out through the pain all the time. Like, no, honestly, medical advances that we're making and everything, very, very grateful for that. So I'm not saying you should absolutely avoid painkiller no matter what until you break something or something like that. No. Don't put yourself through that pain if it's not necessary. Just be mindful and manage it. How to keep the kidneys healthy then? Drink a lot of water. Surprisingly. That's it. It's pretty easy. Just drink a lot of water. Kind of manage your alcohol intake. I'm not saying like cut out all alcohol or stuff like that if you drink alcohol. Just kind of manage that a little. And that one kind of affects your liver a bit more, but it does add to it. Just water, honestly, really helps them kind of keep a clean filter idea. It's kind of like I was about to say, like you have an air system going through. Your kidneys are kind of like the vents idea, but then you have a different filter that you keep in that kind of helps out the vents a little bit. That's basically what water is. Water is like those vents. I'm sorry, the water is like the filter. Does that make sense? Does that analogy make sense to anybody? Probably not. Don't worry about it. But basically, water helps kind of keep it a little bit clean. So, just drink water. I'm not saying you have to drink like gallons and gallons and gallons of water, but it's just drinking water helps. Pain medications in general, unless you're like on heart medications and stuff like that, that's a whole different thing. If you're on like prescribed heart medication, all that different stuff, that is completely different. Stay on those for your blood pressure and all that. Okay. Thank you. When I realized that's my voice, I hate it. I hate it so much. But yeah, no, water is good, and just manage your alcohol. Keep an eye on pain medication you're giving yourself and different medication like that. Unless it's, like I said, to counteract, if you're taking the heart medication, it's not really going to be affecting your kidneys, kind of, if it's stuff like that. I mean more like a painkiller kind of idea. It's just like the way that almost like the body filters it out after the effects of it are kind of done, in a sense. How to get rid of the other stuff. But water. Literally as simple as that. Water. Now you're hating. Oh, I've always hated it. I don't like ASMR, and now so knowing that's my voice, it's kind of weird. Like, I don't hate my voice, but it is still very strange hearing me. I heard myself on somebody's phone, and I was just dying inside. It's different. I'm like, I kind of got used to it because I make shorts, right? But thank you. Just hate it. Anyways, that's a lesson from Fatum. Sorry, it was a whole long tangent there. Of course, you want to go into more detail about some of that stuff, and you want to know somewhere. Why do you have to spend? You don't have to. You can look them up. Honestly. Hydrate. It does help out find that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to. Alright. It's kind of funny. Like, I notice when I'm looking like this, or kind of like this, like my eyes look a lot darker than they actually are. It's just the shading for it. My eyes aren't that dark. It looks like I have like a dark red eyes. No, I don't have. Why? See, those are hard to scare me when I'm paying attention on stream, because I can see it in chat. It pops up like a second earlier before it actually goes through the thing. Hello, welcome. I'm tired. Just got over a tangent about medication. Yeah, we talked about a lot of things today, didn't we? Talked about... You know what? I'm not going to go over what we talked about. I'm not going to go over anything that we talked about. It's great. Anyways, Alien Stage. We might watch it. Not this coming week, but the following week. Just ate my... I think when people use the word ate or eat their pill... when saying that, just like the idea of just tossing in your mouth, but still doing that, even though it's not the case, it's just a swallow. I don't know. I never say when I like talking to someone about taking medication. It's always like, oh yeah, I took this, or I took that, or yeah, I took or take or anything like that. I've never used the term I ate, I consumed. I don't know, it's just, like, it makes a funny image in my head. I am surprised. I'm surprised. A 4-hour stream consumed my medicinal units. This sounds better. I don't know. Pause? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Everything completely normal. I don't see anything wrong. But yeah, anyways. I'm getting tired. I'm getting sleepy. Hey, you know I mentioned like I had a lot of energy in the beginning, and I said I feel like how long was it till I lost that energy? I don't know how long it was specifically. Oh, you're having weird... Really? That's odd. Jordan Puzzle Noise. You guys are seeing that too? Huh. Maybe Twitch is doing something. Probably. That's fine. Twitch is probably doing something. That's cool. They mess around with their chat like that. It's funny. Good, I'm glad you like it. Chat. Yeah, chat having a good time. I mean, I didn't say Twitch is having a good time messing around with his chat like that. Yep. That's a special. Twitch just having a good old time. It's like April Fools, but in July. A little late to the game, but that's fine. Going through that face, it seems. Imagine just one stream where I was gonna say, like, I just want people to just play into it and, like, use all those terms just normally. And no, you're doing good. You're doing good already for me. Normal sentence. No, Twitch is having a fun time with it, I think. I don't think Twitch is gonna let it be normal. Just can't be. What did I name this stream? I remember when I was making the title for this stream, I was so tired. I was like, I was gonna just put a placeholder and I was gonna update it, and then I never did. What's the original title for this? What did I put it as? What did I do? Oh. You know what? That's a fitting title. Actually, you know, I did great. Half asleep making titles. That is fantastic. That's a good title. Jokes of the chat. A long time fan. I'm glad. Thank you. I think honestly, I can't take the credit though. It's all Twitch. Just, you know, messing around with the chat box. It's all good old Twitch. You did fangirl for all the months. I like just adding and Himiko. That too. That was added. That was there too. You know. That was good. Don't forget that. It's very important. How? What's my countdown for that? When is Himiko? When is my calendar say? 11 days, and I know a couple hours. I don't know how many. Who's the other chat? Guys, run. Run. Shoo. Go away. Run. Hide. YouTube. I stream to both YouTube and Twitch. I really should have something somewhere that says multi-stream. Because like, people are like, what the hell? How is that happening? YouTube is my main platform, but I have Twitch open for funsies like this. Comments to you guys. Guys, how are the comments going? They're going good, right? Just the same. There's absolutely everything is the same as Twitch, right? Absolutely. Right? Definitely. Hostility gears and Halo. Did I really fangirl over that much? Did I? I mean, okay, that's not that bad. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4. That's 4. Not that bad. Also, I'm a liar sometimes. How could you? My jaw hurts from talking. My jaw actually hurts from talking. Like, I don't want to open my mouth anymore because it hurts. That's also every stream. Do I? Dude, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean that's also every shit? Wait, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I think you're like limited. You're lying. Just sometimes though. Not all the time. Just sometimes. Specifically sometimes. I just realized I had my phone on mute for like multiple hours and make sure nobody's like, Fatum, you alive? Okay. Okay, everything's in fire. Okay, good. I was like, oh shoot. I don't need people panicking. You're like, oh, the old lady might have done the I've fallen and I can't get up problem. YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have commands activated on... Actually, I do have commands activated. I just don't have that command activated for YouTube. For Twitch. God dang, I can't speak. Words befall me. I should do that. I don't think I have the Discord one either. I don't even remember what commands I have open. Okay. Twitch I have open just for people that would like to watch through Twitch, that prefer just watching that side. Because in all honesty, I know nothing about Twitch, and that's the only reason I have it open. So, Twitch has the roulette one. The roulette one? Oh, that's right. What's wrong, Limited? You don't want to put in the command? What's wrong? You want to try it? See what happens? Randomly. Food in the gross way. Look, we were talking about what could be considered, okay? It's me. Hello, welcome over at YouTube. I'm glad you're able to find it. Don't mind the conversation that's happening with that. We were discussing a very intellectual talk about what could be considered cannibalism. Yes. That's what happened. Would eating a fingernail be cannibalism or not? It's fine. Everything looks like food, I guess. You people just start munching on my fingers and be like, I love food. Let's grab somebody else's fingers and start munching on them. Like, My fingers are starting to look pretty tasty. I don't know. You were given an you had to eat one... God, how did we get to cannibalism again? I'm gonna say it. You had to eat one part of your body. What would it be which you would consume? I think I'd do a toe. Like, if I had to. I think I'd do a toe. Like, I think I could do, like, without a toe. My fingers, I can't imagine. I need all my fingers. My ears, I mean, you technically can just have the canal, but... I don't know. I think I'd like my ears because of the whole way that whole functions. I guess I could eat, like, a chunk of my arm. No, because then that's the muscle and then everything. It gets really hard to move your arm, so that wouldn't work. I think a toe would be fine. No, okay, hold on. Let me clarify. It has to be a fleshy part. It has to be fleshy. So your fingernails don't count. Cause less issues. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, one of those toes, I think, would be fine. I know, fingers really off. No. Hair doesn't count. Teeth don't count. Not much meat in the toes. But, like, if I had to lose something. Something you could make us. You know the tiny little baby ribs? It's just your toe. Just a little tiny little nugget. It's like the bone and wings, but a little nugget. You know the thigh or calf? See, that's what I was thinking too, because you'd get the meat, right? But to have to function afterwards without it, that would be hard. Because then you're losing that chunk of muscle, and you would technically, you wouldn't be able to walk, run really like that. You'd probably have a limp the entire time. Nibble out of my finger. No, you had to eat the whole thing. So, like, if you choose a finger, you have to eat the whole finger. And, like, you choose your hand. I guess you could just eat the palm of your hand if we're going to do something like that. Like, your forearm, you have to eat a chunk of that. But you got to lose the muscle for that. So, that's the problem. My appendix removed. But then you have to go through the whole surgery on that and just, I don't know. You know, I guess maybe that might be better than a toe, because then you'd have that whole bone healing process too, and I don't know. This become a wrestler, but you don't need all your toes. You can lose one toe. Be fine. You just lose one toe. Be okay. Cause I don't know, like, fingers are important to me. I need all my fingers. Like, without any, like, losing just one of my finger would be pretty bad. But I think losing, like, a toe might be okay. Like, maybe one of the middle ones, too, would be fine. If I'm worried about my outer gripper parts, I got my middle one. I could just lose that one. That might be fine. Half of the liver, because it can grow back. Just half of the liver. No, wait, I think that... Wait, oh, I guess if you don't have an appendix anymore, that might be a problem. Your tonsils! Oh, guys, we're making this so complicated. If you still have your tonsils, you're saved. I have my tonsils still. Your profile? Oh, I can't really see what your profile is. But that's actually a good point. You could just cut up open and see which one. You could eat one of your kidneys. You can live without. You could live with one kidney. Do you know people are actually sometimes born with one kidney and sometimes go like most of their life without ever knowing? Unless you get a kidney stone, that kind of really sucks because you can't pee at all because you only got one kidney. So good luck with that. I mean, you'll pass it until it's like one of those that you can't pass. So you have to get surgery for. But usually, most of the time, people kind of really don't realize they have one kidney their entire life. A lot of people do go their entire life without never knowing they only have one kidney. True, but if you want to do something that you like instantly recover from and don't have to deal with the problem, it's gonna be funny. I wonder if one day we'll ever find like a... I assume the appendix probably some time ago was used for something exactly. We just don't really know exactly what, because it's been whatever disease or something like that has been erased from many times, so it's don't really know what it is, or has been lost in translation or something. But I am wondering, like, I don't know if you've ever seen, but there was research that was done on wisdom teeth that apparently the stem cells from wisdom teeth can be used to repair. I can't remember what exactly. I do need to research that again. But basically, like, vital parts of the human body that were originally thought to not be able to be repaired. So, like, I don't know if nerves are one of them, but I know those are kind of like one of the things that are still trying to be researched to how to repair something like that. So pretty cool stuff. So I kind of wonder if maybe one day we'll ever have a research into an appendix to where we can learn that the appendix could be used to repair certain parts of the body that originally we did not know its purpose from beforehand. It does do something. I think it does too. I just can't recall either, but you know. Yeah, there you go. I had a good brain. Good brain. Good brain, underdog. Good brain. Makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure getting rid of the appendix would be fine, because it does cause appendicitis, where you could die from that, and it is excruciatingly painful. People get it removed and are just fine. Although I think that's the gallbladder. I was about to say that there is something that if you get removed, sometimes the body isn't able to compensate for it, so suddenly you have to take a supplement that ends up working out just fine, but you have to take the supplement for the rest of your life. But I think that's if you get your gallbladder removed. But anyways, but if you have to eat something, it has to be a part of body that's like that. An appendix is a good idea. Can explode? I mean, a lot of things can also explode if heavily impacted into your organs. I didn't know a lot of our organs actually have like a protective sac over them to kind of protect them from said impacts, but sometimes it's just not enough. Like the heart has a protective sac around it. I can't remember what it's exactly called right now, but it has a protective sac that's around it, which is kind of interesting because if your heart muscle actually gets a tear in it and ends up filling the sac with blood, it ends up constricting the heart, which is what kind of causes a heart attack at times because, well, it doesn't leave it room to start pumping because it's all filled up and, well, doesn't give it space, so it gives it that issue. But it also does save the rest of your body from being filled up with blood, which is not good at all. So yeah, kind of interesting how the sac helps and also doesn't help. You think, well, it causes problems, but at the same time, you having a good old pool of blood inside just your body running around freely is not ideal either. Go and put weight on organs you don't want to put weight on, and that would be really bad. Like your lungs. Not a good idea to put weight on those. It's a message anyone gets that. It's like you just get a message on the TV that says you have to count. I'm so gonna get demonetized this YouTube video. I just thought about it. YouTube's definitely gonna bonk me in the head for this. But imagine you just get like a national program that gets played, be like, you have to cannibalize one piece of your body in order to live, and just have them line up people at the hospital. That would be the only problem, right? If it's suddenly en masse and you have to do it within 24 hours, that's not gonna work. It has to be your own body piece. You're not sharing with others, okay? So that would be a problem. Ooh, but then if I have to choose my toe, I have to do that myself. Ooh. Okay. We won't set a time limit because then it becomes very terrifying. God, that's a premise, right? Oh my god, that would be a premise. Have you ever seen the Purge movies? I've only seen one. But it's like the idea of like 24 hours, all crime is able to be done and all that stuff. But like imagine a movie idea of like kind of like a horror theme, like almost like a psychological one too, because it's to do with like what people would do and stuff like that. But you had 24 hours and you had to consume some part of your body, right? But like fingernails and hair would be exempt, and teeth would be exempt. So you had to consume one piece of your body and you had 24 hours to do it, and those that did not do it would end up being executed, right? That'd be terrifying. That'd be really terrifying. Because, like, let's say it's just only a one-time thing, right? So people will go for, like, okay, well, what's the most vital thing and stuff like that? But then you have 24 hours to do it, so what would it be? You don't have a lot of time. Those are already getting to the hospital and to... Sorry. I just started going down a roller coaster. Anyways. Share 1/10 of my small intestine for humanity. Right? Like, I wonder. That whole idea, would that idea of, like, trying to trick into to be like, okay, well, we share body parts, all that. Sorry, I'm going like spiraling with thinking about different ideas and stuff. But anyways, when useless in your liver and lungs, since livers can filter blood and move toxins, drugs, and these products, lungs help you breathe. Kidneys help control blood pressure. Yeah, basically. I mean, obviously people live without their appendix just fine and everything. I mean, the same thing can be said with the gallbladder, but there is some complications that do happen with the gallbladder. But yeah, I mean, everything else is literally vital. If your liver goes out, you're kind of dead. Lungs, well, goodbye oxygen. And kidneys, well, I did talk about that. If you have one kidney, you're fine. But if you go to kidney failure or just don't have any kidneys, that's not possible. You will die. Anyone else? Right? Like, just thinking about that premise and, like, the whole psychological thing and just... Oh! Has reached the cannibalism conversation. This is like, I mean, like, oh, it's almost like a typical horror kind of premise to it idea, right? Like, but then we have a concept where you have people that would freak out about it, and the idea of like, okay, well, what would I have to remove? Like, what would, like, and if they're not completely clarified too, right? Like, what is it? Like, if you do your hair, like, if it says exempt as fingernails, teeth, and hair. There's a specific term for those stuff. I can't recall what it is right now, but basically, like, that's exempt. So then people would be wondering, like, well, what counts, right? So trying to figure out, like, if they just shave like a piece of like dead skin they peel off and then eat it, and then suddenly like they would have something that's with them that let them know they succeeded or something like that, and like you would have that, and you would have like the excruciating pains where somebody might be like trying to consume like their finger or something like that, and maybe they might try to like chop it off and that pain, but then also trying to still consume it, but then they have the blood loss. Or would they just try to eat the muscle and skin around the on your hand still, and then and just leave the bone there, and that whole thing. I'm so getting demonetized. I'm so getting demonetized today on this stream. But like, just that kind of like, you're having like those kind of issues, and then we're not even beginning to talk about like people that are already going into the hospitals, but then how many people would try to skip into line and all that kind of going around, right? And who would try to trick other people into thinking, well, if we just eat those, well, maybe that will count, because we don't really get a full answer of it, right? Who is gonna know? Who's gonna really tell? Who's really behind this? And then trying to learn about who's behind all of this and why is this happening and stuff like that. Like, oh, that would add so many interesting details and lines into the whole idea of it, right? It's like one of those things where it just leave out just enough information to kind of stir up different people's ideas of the concept, and how much to go, how far to go, and who they think they can trick and all that, and to the point that they find out that they can't. I don't know. I usually don't tend to really care for horror movies and stuff, but I kind of like concept in that idea. Like, how would a person react in such a scenario, in such a scene? Survive without a bladder? Yeah, they have the, I can't remember what they're called, but basically you get a bag. It's not pleasant, but it is possible. But yeah, no, that'd be interesting. This, I don't want to know. I see that and I really don't want to know. But yeah, like, that would be really interesting, because then you'd start to build on like, who is the one behind all this, who is doing this, and and how do they know? How can they tell? Right? How are they watching? And is people? Are we gonna suddenly go into the whole realm that it's not people actually doing this? Or is it like the people that are amongst you kind of idea? Or is it like a social experiment? Right? Now add all different layers to it. Is this some like underground society idea? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I'd like a really cool concept. I'd be intrigued to see how that all goes. How it all ends. Like, it may be good though. Like, I we're not talking, don't make it all like, oh, it was just the government behind this, and it was just that was it. This is an experiment. That was it. Or aliens took over the feed and tricked everybody. No. Don't make it boring. Stuff like that they always do. No. Add layers to it. Make people go crazy. Idea. And you choose what they have to eat. You also don't know who was assigned to you. That would be cool, right? Like you have this device with you, whether it's your phone or just a device that's given to you, and everyone's given it, and it is like that you have to consume a piece of you, but somebody else selects it, but you don't know who it is. Oh, and then like add another layer deeper to that. If you find out who it is, you can pull an Uno reverse card on them. But if you get it wrong, they get to add a second item. Oh, that would be kind of messed up. Now that's heading into a whole other realm. That was just one like, oh, well, the damage is basically just done to yourself, and that's all it has to be, right? Everybody equal across the board. But now we're adding a whole other layer of pointing fingers at each other. I don't know, like the whole concept to me of it, like this is an equal across the board, everybody has to do it, but then seeing people trying to trick it kind of idea and being selfish in that sense, and not like just like, oh, I'm just gonna eat a piece of dead skin. No, I mean like tricking somebody else into giving them a piece of them so they could consider eating it or something like that. That would overall just, that's what causes the absolute, humans being terrible kind of idea. But now you just added it into a layer of like pointing fingers at each other, and now you have to deal with that. Ooh. Not the Hungry Games. Hungry Games too. Hungry. I like that one. Hungry. Honestly, that is a good idea. Man, and I thought I was terrible bear. Sheesh. You just added a whole other layer to that. Oh, that would be kind of cool. My whole idea figured out. Like, you would actually get to see the people that would hesitate, right? And hesitate not wanting to do it, but then at the same time, they're actually doing more harm than good if they hesitate, because if they hesitate for longer and they have a short amount of time to be able to do it, and let's say finally by the time they do it, it's gonna be too excruciatingly too late, and so it's still gonna kill them at the end. So you see those that had a really high moral compass because of that, but then ends up accidentally in turn actually just getting killed because of their hesitation. Ooh. Ooh. And then whoever gets the stupid idea to eat a human brain. You don't know, eating a human brain is absolutely... You think eating human nerves are terrible? Oh, eating a human brain is 10 times worse. It's very, very dangerous. I can't remember what exactly was discovered, but, like, it is absolutely a big... If you want to die kind of idea, that's definitely how... I can't remember what it is specifically. There's something in the human brain specifically that is just is the same sickness for both. Is it that one? There you go. Yeah, human mad cow basically. Yeah, you're right. Just, I guess that makes sense. Any big bundle of nerve area, just absolutely terrible. Oh, that'd be cool though. That'd be a cool kind of story. Die first. No, but I think what would be kind of cool is like a beginning premise to it, to where like they get this information, right? But suddenly like you're getting from the point of view of somebody who hasn't gotten a response for a while, right? And so they don't quite understand it. They don't believe it because they haven't gotten a response. Nothing's gonna happen. So it's completely fine. They don't have anything of their own limb to eat. And so there's kind of going around and they see all these people doing this, and like nothing quite big kind of stirs up, but you kind of see people kind of a little bit, you know, a little bit skittish and stuff, and you're like, I don't know what's happening. And then you find out that friend or somebody that you trust has kind of just selected whatever they just kind of felt like selecting, because they're like, I can't really be that bad. And suddenly, like, across the room, they just see, like, somebody, like, absolutely panic, and maybe it's, like, eat their ears away, just rip it off, and try to consume it kind of idea. And they kind of realize a little bit of how real it's becoming kind of sense. But then you see the little ding, confirmed, you're safe kind of idea. But, and it just kind of, like, progresses from that area to where it's kind of like the calm before the storm, and slowly kind of progressing, slowly get a little bit, I realize, like, this is actually real, and it's something you kind of got to deal with. And kind of dealing slowly, you get to see, like, other people going through the premise, but you still have the main character, kind of the idea that they still have theirs, but there has been no sign up, nothing. There's no sign up for them to do it, so they also haven't selected their choice for the other person either, kind of idea, right? So that brings up the whole, that whoever has the moral dilemma or about what's going on and not wanting to select it for the other person, because how could I tell somebody to eat this, and I was like, I what do I choose, what do I do, I don't know, do I believe this, do I not believe it, or what, like, forces or anything like that. And then finally, towards the end of it, either it's too late by the time they select something, that it's too much of a panic and a rush, and they try to do it but they mess it up at the last minute and still can't do it, or anything like that, or I don't know, just like something that said, like, I would really like the anticipation that, like, continuously the person keeps checking their device, seeing, like, what has been selected for them, and they still haven't gotten a response yet. Oh. And then you want to make it heartbreaking. Turns out the selector is actually the mother or somebody very dear and close to the main character. So hence the reason why maybe this person has never wanted to select it, because they have a suspicion that it's probably their child or somebody very dear to them, so they could never ask them that. So they assume that maybe if they just don't select anything, maybe they'll be the ones that die instead. But then it doesn't. Sorry, I had to add tragedy into that. Oh, I don't know. I'd watch that. I really would. I would watch that show. That would be good. Set it up and just leaves on hands and he brings to the camera. Or what if it turns out that because the main character never selects what part for the other person to eat, it's actually themselves that they were selecting for this entire time and just never realized it, and it just so happens that some people have this, so that they just never select anything. Sometimes it could be them, or they select it for themselves and thinking it just might be a coincidence or something like that, so it gets convoluted into the air, into where people think, oh, if you select this is actually what it's meant to be for you, so they think it's for themselves, but not realizing that that's just, it could be or could not be. So the chances of it being somebody else or yourself, you don't know. But then, of course, you would never really want to hurt somebody, right? So you choose what would probably be the best option if you have to choose something, right? Right? Ooh, I don't know. That would be another interesting kind of plot twist around that. Well, just chat asking about the easy thing after we're talking about a potential horror movie concept. Thank you. You're right. It should just be between waffles and French toast, not Lin's. Never. Taking of the winner's choice or something like that? That's different, though. Isn't that winner or nothing? Everybody is on equal footing kind of idea. I don't know. I like the idea of something like that, where everybody's on equal footing. It's completely fair, but how would people react on that, right? I mean, it's like, as basic as can be. Let's play. I'm playing Halo. I'm playing Team Slayer. So, completely normal, everyone's on equal footing, absolutely nothing, there's no power weapons, everyone's completely on equal footing. Yet, there's a cheater. There's a hacker. To be like, why would you do that? But then, you know, shoot tenfold. Probably say French toast? Like, homemade French toast is delicious. Other than that, waffles. But homemade French toast? There was a law. To hit the end. Oh. I was about to say, I'm like, I feel like I remember something that I don't. What anime is that one, Underdog? I like how our cannibalism talk has just taken like a whole other level. I don't know how we got to this far, but we did. Oh, waffles made out of flesh. I just realized what you asked, Bear. Just imagine we're having this whole conversation and somebody completely innocent just completely pops up and like, oh, this looks like a nice good time stream. Just completely innocent talks and be like, oh, it's like sunshine and rainbows. That's this conversation that coincides with eating something, and instantly just it's like everybody, all of us, just huddled in a corner, just a hush talking, like hush. We talk about them doing this, and then do they ever do that? Yeah, they could be doing this too. Oh, what do they have to devour this part of them? Oh, and then like this person just asking, we all just turn around, just staring in the corner of our eye at them. It's the waffles are French toast made out of flesh. Like, what the hell did I just walk into? Thanks for psychotic. I mean, we're having this conversation. How did we get here? Maybe some not a he? Huh. I'll look this up. I don't think. I thought the concept sounded familiar, but now I don't think I've ever heard this. Kami-sama kiss? I don't know, that's what popped up. Ni Nata. Oh, it's made by the same person that made Angel Beats? God, I haven't thought about that anime in forever. Oh, that just reminded me of another anime that was like actually kind of sad, but I actually really loved it. Paper Memories? Is that what it was called? Paper... No. Oh, there was another anime. I remember, I think I watched it after... Oh yeah, this one. No. Where is it? I see the image here. Why won't it? Plastic Memories. Yeah. That one made me sad. That one made me sad. It was really good. It was really nice. Oh, it has a decent amount of time ago. Was at the 5-hour mark. Okay, I should probably end stream so I don't hurt my hip too much. I really looked at the time and was like, I think I stood up. I'm not going to be a happy camper. It's going to be a good note. Bad news bears from me when I stood up, isn't it? Alright. Alright. Playtime over, everybody. Let's take off. Take off the crazy hats. Take off the tinfoil hats. It's time to put them away for now, okay? We'll pull them out again later. It's time to go back to pretending to be normal humans, right? Definitely weren't planning anything terrible. Would never do that. Interesting. Oh, this is like usual chatting stream. Most of the time, they just absolutely go crazy. Join your Discord. If you go over on YouTube, down in the description, there of any of my streams, there is a link. There's 2 links, but it should be the second link. If you want to go join it. I'm not active on my Discord. I'm never there. I'm more active on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. But I am not active on Twitter at all. I mean, Discord. Discord is you guys, mostly. Just having fun, do whatever you want. Talking over there. I mean, follow the rules. Don't make the moderators upset. Yes, exactly. It's more chats, Discord. More, Culture Roach than anything. But you can find link to Twitter or X if that interests you. It's main page on YouTube, just over there. If you go to my socials, that's there. But if you want Discord link, I think Discord link 2 is there too if you want to go. But if not, it's in the description of any of my YouTube streams. Like this one. Should go check my taxes and stock markets like a normal person. Exactly. Exactly. Inspiring occurs. The Discord? Probably. I don't know. I haven't peeked at it in a while. What are you guys planning? What are you guys doing? Occasionally I'll peek in to see how things are going and make sure everything's good, but I'm bad. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's all good. Oh, if you're wondering why I made no Twitter post yesterday, it was because of my oopsies. At home, it was ouchies for me, so I had no energy whatsoever to post. I was like, I'm dying. I'll talk about what happened on stream. We learned a lot in today's stream. We learned a lot. But anyways, no stream tomorrow. Most likely no stream on Sunday either. I think I'm going to take the weekend as a little bit of a break for me to kind of recover from my whole surgery and everything. So I think if I do stream on Sunday, I will be surprised, but don't expect any. But definitely should be back on Monday. So I don't see myself why I wouldn't be back on Monday. I don't know what we'll stream. I have plans for what I'll be doing, but I don't know which one I want yet, so we'll see. I probably won't have a stream scheduled up till maybe Sunday. If you see a stream earlier scheduled, pay attention to the day. It might be Sunday that I decide to schedule the stream for, or Monday, but most likely, like I said, over the weekend. I don't think I'm going to stream. I think I'm going to try to rest up as much as possible and try to undo the damage I did. And be back again for Monday and have a good week going through. So that'll probably be my plan. It's just a heads up about that. But with that said, I think next week should be pretty much a good normal week going through, reacting to, probably finishing up our analog horror of the Glendale Archive. Finishing up watching that series. See what's going on with the best horror cooking show we've ever seen. And then other reacting stuff, and maybe potentially playing some more game. But we'll see. We'll see. How everything ends up going. But also, if you want to watch Alien Stage before I end up watching it for stream for a reaction, I'm not going to be watching it this coming week. I will be watching it probably the following week. Unless something happens that I decide either do it this week or I don't end up doing next week, I just not going to have that, so. When you stream on Twitch, I do have a bot. I think it still works. that gives a notification. So I do have one. So it does go off. So if you want to use Discord for our notifications, then yep, you're good. Soma, you're right. Thank you. I mean, I probably won't get the game until I am done playing all the games in my library already, and then finally decide, all right, I'm gonna buy a game. The game is probably gonna be Soma, unless some other game is discounted. But let's see. Not love you people yet. At least that's what we think. We think he made chicken. We don't know. Do you know? But anyways, I got so invested with talking about cannibalism. I'm so getting demonetized. If you're part of the membership on YouTube, Culture Road, you're a part of Believer, Believe His Tears, talking about demonetizing. Just a heads up, there is a poll. I mean, there's not a poll. There's a post right now for what game we'll be playing later on this month together. So there is still that post, probably over the weekend if I get to it. If not, then sometime next week I will officially make the poll with said games that you guys recommended. So if you haven't gone around to recommending any games you'd like to play together, then please go ahead and do that as soon as you guys can. I will have that poll up and hopefully with your guys' games suggested. So I'd recommend putting it then and there. If you put like a recommended one previously beforehand, I wouldn't count on me to remember it. So please, if you recommended a game again, just go ahead and recommend it again in that post. It's easier for me not to have to go back and looking through my post and figure out which ones I asked what games you guys wanted to play together. So go ahead and do that if you want to input any game. If you're fine with whatever, then heads up for that poll coming up sometime next week. So yeah, over the weekend or sometime next week. We'll see when I remember to finally put it up. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, basically we play video games together at least every once a month. With those of you that are part of the membership. I wasn't able to last month because I had surgery, but now I think I will be definitely officially back to play full video games like that again. Definitely by the end of this month. So it's looking like I'm gonna be doing it the 31st. I'm sorry, not the 31st. The 25th, my bad. So it looks like we're going to be doing it the 25th, so that might be when we play that game together, whatever you guys decide it'll be. Believer, Believe His Tears are allowed to join in. Everyone else is allowed to come in and watch the stream, of course, but if you want to join in for the game, you do have to be part of the membership, 2nd or 3rd tier. But yeah, if you're part of the other tier, thank you, I appreciate it as well. And there's also some content over on I have for on the video side, silly stuff most of the time, and yeah, so there's that. I totally forgot to mention, I don't know if I mentioned that in the previous stream before, the poll and all that. That's my bad if I forgot. I think I did, I can't remember. But just a reminder that that is there. So good, great, got it, cool. Anyways, let me go say thank you to those who are recently here. Thank you to Bear for being here, thank you to Limited, thank you to Jinx, thank you to Underdog, and thank you to Laughing as well. As far back as I can see. Thank you to those who are previously here beforehand. Thank you to any lurkers, and thank you to my mods as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to those who help support the channel being a part of the membership for Cold Roach. Thank you guys so much for help and support. It means a lot and helps a lot too. And thank you, thank you, thank you. And also thank you to those who are part of the tier 3 membership, or I believe it's being EH, Dadmaster, and Rave as well. Thank you guys so very much for your help and support. Really helps out a lot. It means a lot too, especially if the stream ends up demonetized. What doesn't help is that my previous stream got shared revenue because of the music, but I didn't want to mute the music because it was a really emotional game and I didn't want to ruin the experience with the music being cut out. Oh, damn it. I had to talk about cannibalism, didn't I? Dang it. What games do you like? What is the age that your game should be? I guess it's a cheap game. There's a game is just a tab over in the Discord, but it's been a while since I've taken game suggestions, and I have a few that I need to get through too, so. But you can put them there. I do scroll eventually through them all and see games I've played, games recommended by you guys if you want to put them over there. Go ahead and try it. Just, of course, anything that would be safe to go show on YouTube, so. If you don't think YouTube's going to be happy with it, probably not safe. But anyways, you know, but here, those that contributed. God. I realized that as I saw it, I was like, oh crap. That's right, I forgot. Let's see if it happens. I'll let you guys know if it happens. Be like, well, you know what happened. If you see me crying on Twitter, you know what happened. Anyways, bye-bye. Damn, 5-hour stream. That's a new record. Let's see how much I regret it. If you see crying really soon, you know that was because of how long I streamed. If you see double crying, then that was probably because the stream got demonetized. Well, anyways, thank you. Thank you for the well wishes. It was good to see everybody again. Oh, never mind. Not good to see everybody again. I mean, bye-bye.